here. Welcome back to the commentary live stream on Lady the Lost Engine. And this is also part 2 of the commentary of Lady Lost Engine I was doing in celebration of the 20th anniversary of Thomas and the Magic Railroad. See if someone else will appear. How's your day going? My day's been good. I've been doing some volunteering work on the Railway Museum at the Tower Lynn Railway, and I also picked up the new Push Along CGI 2025 Thomas and Percy, and I do really like the both of them, although, hey, ready for part 2? That's good to hear. I'm just looking at showing off my 2025 Push Along Thomas and Percy, and the both of them do look a lot better compared to the... Here's my remastered takes on Edward and Henry. Edward, LNER D31. Henry, London, Bryan and South Coast Railway Marsh 460, rebuilt into an LMS Stania Jubilee. Oh, interesting. I actually have considered the Stania Jubilee for my OC Larry, given how he has the wheel arch is intact. Well, although I'm not sure how to explain that, given how I haven't removed the wheel arches on my custom of Peter from Wild Nor'Westers Sword of the Modern Years. Percy, Caledine Railway 262 class. Oh, interesting. Duck, GWR 64XX. And Dom Douglas LNER J36. Sounds interesting. Oh, those takes sound very interesting. So out of the two new CGI push-alongs that I've gotten so far, Thomas is the one that I pretty much like the most, because when the photo of it was first revealed, I did like how it was a combination of both the push-along Thomas and the Ertl toys. So what do you think of my takes on the main 11 engines, and which ones are your favourite? They are pretty impressive. And I do like the idea of Henry being a new shape, Henry being a Stania Jubilee being very interesting. And also, given how I did say, I liked how the new push-along CGI Thomas was kind of like a clever mix between push-along and Ertl, it does mean that the Ertl Thomas range is nostalgic. I do find the Ertl range to be nostalgic. I have also considered doing a Ertl collection video, kind of like when I showed off most of the ones I have from Theodore Tugboat. And in regards to the later Lost Engine commentary, to pick up where we left off in Light Part 2, I talked about the little goof that was in. I do also think the idea of when you said Gordon was rebuilt to look more like Flying Scots in your headcanon, to me, that kind of means that he was rebuilt into an A3, or am I wrong? It does clarify he was rebuilt into an LNER A3, since given how Audrey stated that Gordon was the prototype. And I also wrote that Gordon was rebuilt to look more. Say, have you done rankings of Bob the Builder seasons and specials? I haven't, although I'm not sure if I were to talk about the 2015 Bob the Builder in it. Not because the fact that a lot of people dislike the 2015 Bob the Builder, but most because I didn't want to be like James A. Williams, given the amount of flack he had gotten on his video on the 2015 Bob the Builder. And it's also why I was, and it's also pretty much why I am. When I saw your Gordon sprites on your DeviantArt, he looks like a normal LNER A3. Oh, I think that had to do with the fact that the sprite that I used to Gordon was that I used for. Oh yeah, I think it was because the sprite that I used for Gordon in that headcanon sprite for Gordon looked a lot more closer to the engine he was based off of. And there was a similar thing with the two Thomases that I used for it. They were a lot more closer to. They were basically a lot more closer to the engine Thomas was based off of, kind of like the how he looked in the Adventures of Thomas, and the Hornby model model, and how he looked like in the Hornby Thomas range.
Cheeseburger.
Hold on.
Got
What?
any chips or just cheeseburger?
Just a cheeseburger.
Okay.
What do you think of James as an LBSCRK class, which
That's for a weed.
outside cylinder, and which outside cylinder 260 mogul would James be in your headcanon? The idea of having James as an LBSCR K class does sound interesting, and I'm not sure about which outside cylinder 260 I would have used for James in my series. Although I did say in the first live stream that I had done that my alternate basis for James would probably have been the 3F10, the 3F10 engine, which was what Hornby used for their James.
There you go.
That's gonna show up. And as a sort of recap as to where I left off in the previous stream where I was talking about part 2. I talked about the one mistake that wasn't fixed in the bit with Lady being revealed, and the Bachmann duck body shell not actually being the Bachmann duck that I used for and how the Bachmann duck body shell wasn't actually the Bachmann duck that I got for Christmas 2023, but one that was sent over by mistake, and that my episode and that it was basically the last episode and that it was technically Alfred's last appearance in my series, given how I won't be using Alfred in my series again, given what Scarlo 123 had done, and the fact that me not saving my episode featuring Alfred to season 5 does mean that the episode featuring him has been cancelled for good. And I also did get up to the bit where I was supposed to take over had failed, so and the last bit that I got up to was the bit where I talked about Pip and Emma's cameo appearance in this scene with Gordon at Victoria Station, which was basically Knapford Station but redressed. Kinda like its appearance in Thomas and the Royal Engine, where it was basically Vickerstown Station but redressed. Pip and Emma also made cameos in this scene. Well, they're supposed to be... Well, they're actually over there behind that express coach, since that Pip and Emma isn't actually the... Well, that HST isn't actually Pip and Emma, but was actually the Big Jigs Intercity 123 that 125 that I bought from the Tile and Railways gift shop. Not sure if it was I think it may have been this year I think it may have been around last year, since this was all filmed back in 2024. And I also made a community tab post asking if those would be useful for customs of Pip and Emma. And also, in answer to that question, I'm not sure which outside cylinder 260 mogul would have James been in my series, given how he is, like in the Railway series, he is a class, well, in the television series, he is a Lancashire and Yorkshire class 28, but he was a class 28, and I also did that before. My friend Railfan number 1 has Wooden Railway Pip and Emma when he was in Trip in Wales. Oh yeah, I've seen that, and that was also the Pip and Emma that I know it was after I made that post asking if those would have been useful for Pip and Emma customs. To take Although my Pip and Emma customs were made out of Tomica Hyper City HSTs. So yeah, Victoria Station in this scene is basically Knapford Station but redressed, kind of like in its appearance in Thomas and the Royal Engine, where it was basically Vickerstown Station but redressed.
As Lily was saying goodbye to her lover, someone came up beside
Oh yeah, and this station that I'm using for close-ups is Greendale Station from Postman Pat, and that was what I used for the close-up shots. And also, Lily is voiced by Lydia Anderson, a friend, well, and also, Lily is voiced by Lydia Anderson in this. And she also used to be in the Thursday AM group at Fly Cheese Studio, but not anymore. And I also did give her the idea of... And I also was the one who gave her... Well, who gave the idea of the... who supplied the idea of the Looney Tunes... of the Looney Tunes, audio edit that she had done on the Fly Cheese Studio channel, as seen here. As seen here. Wait a minute. Where is the video? Oh, there it is. This was the video that I gave her the idea for. A Looney Tunes audio edit featuring the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. Oh yeah, and in it, instead of Roadrunner going meep meep, it was him going moo in Manfred Steffen's voice. And here's the video if you want to check it out. And she also voiced Rachel in the second Old Smoky short, as seen here. Oh yeah, and this is the oh yeah, and this is also where Johnny from the cancelled movie The Adventures of Thomas makes his first appearance in this. Alongside his father, which you'll see in a bit. So yeah, this is what Johnny's father looked like in the miniseries, and basically what I did, I took my Burnett Stone minifigure and edited it to look, and I photoshopped it to look like the HO or 00 figure that I was using for Johnny's father for the small scale close-ups. And you can tell this is Greendale Station from Postman Pat because you can see the Greendale Rock here over on that picture. And speaking of Postman Pat, I was one of those people that grew up with the Cosgrove Hall era of Postman Pat when I was younger, because I didn't watch a lot of Postman Pat. Because at first I didn't watch that much of the first 2 seasons of Postman Pat at first. like back when I was like younger, because I mostly grew up with the Cosgrove Hall era of Post and Pat, and also this shot with, and also Lily traveling to Sodor on Gordon's Express train was also an idea I got from Guardian Soul MLP on DeviantArt, even though I don't really associate with DeviantArt anymore because of various reasons, like the amount of fill-in memes, AI slop, the amount of hate on there, and well, I already talked about it in my first live stream, so I don't want to sound like a broken record when repeating it.
Back to Sodor.
Oh wait, no, where is it? No, before.
Train and Gordon started off for his long trip.
And there's Pip and Emma making their cameo appearance. And this does also take place when and this does also take place before Pip and Emma were purchased by the Northwestern Railway, in a scene in the Railway Series book, Thomas and His Friends, the final volume of the Railway Series, as well as the only volume in the Railway Series from Christopher Audrey that I haven't got, and I guess the only volume in the Railway Series that I haven't got. And also, Stephen, I know you did ask, have I considered getting Thomas and his book number 42, Thomas and His Friends, off of Amazon, but I think it's sold out on Amazon, and there is also a seller on eBay selling Thomas Friends for like 500 quid on eBay, and there was just basically no way I was going to get that, because who would want to pay that much just for a children's book? Oh, you're in this scene with... Let me put this in slow motion, also the scene. And for those of you who... I'm also playing this in slow motion for a reason. And also you can see this van actually says... And also this van that you were seeing on stream is a Big Bill Hells van. You know, that one parody car commercial that someone made around the 80s. And I'm probably gonna get... And... You can also clearly see the... You can also clearly see Home of Challenge Pissing written over here. And also, don't really recommend. And also, if you have... And also, to any parent who is watching the stream right now that have got kids of their own that are into Thomas, you might not want to let them watch Big Bill Hells because it's a, well, because it's got a lot of adult material. So I don't really recommend that spoof commercial for little kids. Oh, and that clip was also sped up as well. And here we have the scene with Mr. Star looking through the shed where Duke was rediscovered in. I also don't have the Capsule Play-Rail figure for Mr. Conductor, so I used Tom Tipper for him. And this is also the first appearance of the Oh yeah, this bit was also, and also this bit where the person says there was an engine that worked in the mines at Krasny Howan, but I'm unsure as to what happened to it. Was foreshadowing the season 4 episode Mike Gets a Fright. Which is also the third episode of season 3, and this does also mean that that person was referring to Marie, because that was during the time where she was lost in the pit after the Mid-Southern Railway closed down.
It's an engine that worked on the shining time.
And this is also the second appearance of the sheds of the Mid-Southern Railway in the current form, well, in the current setup, with my new sky backdrop, Oh wait, because, well, as well as its first appearance overall, because, well, it's like its second appearance, because its first appearance was in Duke's wedding special, in the episode I did in dedication to Britt Allcroft after I heard that she had passed away. And that was also meant to represent as to what the Mid-Southern Railway sheds looked like before the railway closed. And it was also during the recreation of Sleeping Beauty as well. Of Grand Puffin and Sleeping Beauty, since it did also mention that Duke was found by the fat and thin clergyman like in the Railway series. And this does also take place before Mike Gets a Fright, how, given that this miniseries takes place before season 3 of my series.
It's a sunny day.
And here we have the meeting scene at Wellsworth's Yards. And I also replaced James with...
It really doesn't help with that nasty diesel lurking around. If he
Oh yeah, and also...
sets buffers on Doogie, then I'll make him wish he never came to this island.
This is also the... well... the second time that I used that music cue from this... music cue from the Tugs episode... from the Tugs episode Upriver, as seen here.
In serious jeopardy.
Oh wait, that's not it.
Smile, steamers. It's a sunny day.
It's not sorry because Mr. Star's working
Yeah, I'm putting this through.
What about it? It really doesn't help with that
Yeah, I had to
nasty
put this
diesel
into
lurking
2 times
around.
2,000.
If he dares set his buffers on Doogie, then I'll make him
This
wish
is also
he
the third
never
time that I
came
also
to
used
this
that
island.
music cue from the Tugs episode Upriver. Because the first time was in, because the first time was in, because the first time was in, my adaptation of the Tugs annual story, The Race, as well as the, The Race, as well as my adaptation of Stewart's rewrite of Edward Strikes Out with James as the main character.
And he's also after the lost engine.
And if he finds her, I fear that he will destroy us all.
Oh yeah, I also was originally going to include a bit of dialogue in the scene where James was going to say, "What, even an engine as splendid as me?" And Toby would say, "Yes, James, even you." However, that was one of the lines that wasn't recorded.
Say it, don't spray it, Banner.
I've still got sneezing powder up my funnel. Now we're off to help Mr. Star find the lost engine.
Aren't you supposed to be working at the clay pitch?
I think I look there too. What's we done out there?
Good call, Thomas. How about
Oh yeah, and this bit with Thomas and Bertie was also filmed before the miniseries was written,
I guess that means I
and this
wait
was like one of the first scenes that I filmed for it. Well, the first scene, because I filmed it that scene alongside the first episode of season 4, Percy's New Brake Van, which was the introduction of Bruno from All Engines Go in my series.
Follow this map and you'll find them. That was kind of him.
Oh yeah, I did originally wrote it to be the Gone Fishing Rabbit, but I later changed it to Horace Schema, which is solid proof that Schema does indeed exist in my series. Oh yeah, and one of those... I think that tent was also reused from my adaptation of Pop special that I made back in 2021. Back when I, well, used to do. Back when I was doing the Railway series stories that the television series didn't adapt.
Hello, Cos.
Oh, and here's where Junior gets introduced.
Well, I'm
And also, Junior's body was also repurposed from the evil conductor from Chica in Wario Land. Let me get the video right up. Here it is. If you're interested in seeing what the if you're interested in seeing the clip of the evil conductor, if you're interested in seeing that clip from Chica in Wario Land with the evil conductor, then basically what I'm trying to say is, if you're interested in seeing the clip of Chica in Wario Land that featured the evil conductor, then feel free to type in the chat if you're interested in seeing that clip. Because I'm interested in seeing how many people are interested in seeing that clip. Didn't see that
Here we
clip.
are.
Clip. Let me put the phone down here. Why?
You okay, man? That's chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you want your burger?
Right here.
Be careful with it, won't you?
Mm-hmm.
Please.
if we go sit outside?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's hot.
So, is anyone interested in seeing that clip of Chica and Wario Land that featured the evil conductor? I won't show the full thing, just clip with the evil conductor, which was also based on Mr. Conductor's evil twin from Shining Time Station. If anyone in the chat is interested in it, or if anyone who's watching the stream is interested in seeing that. I'm thinking this bit would probably be kind of like the one video I was trying to bring up the Flight Cheese Studio Student Showcase back in like January of 2024, and even asked if anyone else had seen it, and someone was more focused on who he could voice. He asked if he could voice Edward, Connor, or the other engines, but he probably would have not been able to voice Edward since, well, Edward's voiced by Waterhouse TV, and I thought it would probably been too late for him to do it, because to voice Connor, because it was around the time where season 3 was coming to an end, and I didn't really need any more voice actors for it. And a similar thing was said with someone asking, can I be in it, in regards to the final part of it, but it also would have been too late around.
On a camping trip on this island.
What a coincidence. I came here to be in charge of the Northwestern Railway while the Fat Controller is away. I was also trying to find a lost engine as an evil Diesel was trying to find her. I also found this map for some clues. This one says if you go to the windmill, then you will find the next part of finding
Oh
her.
yeah, given how Finn wasn't gonna appear in Lady Lost Engine at first before I changed it, it was originally gonna be just George by himself, I think. I'm not too sure if I was gonna include Roderick and Levy in that shot. Oh yeah, and this shot was also filmed before I made my new sky backdrop, so... And it was also the last time where the motorized express coach that came with the Talking Gordon appeared as part of the express. Most because I kind of narrowed down the... Well... Although, as seen in Trouble with Mud and Leaves, I have used it to be a part of the, and also Enterprise Studios 101, could you also give me some examples of an outside cylinder 260 mogul that I could have used for James and my series? So yeah, as seen in the Trouble in Mud and Leaves, I'm also using that coach for one of the old coaches from season 1 alongside Emily's coaches. Oh yeah, I think this and I think the next part were also the last time where Gordon had his whistle from Magic Road, because as seen in Road to the Railway Museum, I changed it to Rebecca. I changed it to Gordon's whistle from the original show.
Sorry, but no. Me and my cousin are trying to find an engine. It used to run this line when it first opened, but it hasn't been seen since the 60s.
I thought that was the Dooms train to Chinatown. That's where the train is.
We'll see you later, Junior.
Same here.
Oh yeah, and this is like the first appearance of the Cement Works in my series. And no, stuff like remakes don't count.
George came to tell P.T. Boomer about what he saw, and then they map that has the clues to
Oh, and this
find
is the
lost
first
engine.
part in it where I used the
Watch
music
out
from
for the binding path.
Wallace and Gromit, and this
Get
piece of music was taken
screwed.
from The Wrong
Got
Trousers.
railway.
So we've checked Croven's gate, but Scarlowy said he hasn't seen a lost engine. We checked Kurt Matchin, but Cody also said he hasn't seen it. What else haven't we looked so far, Ben? We've yet to have searched the rest of the Pilgodric branch line, Kirk Ronan, Arthur's Great Line, Great Waterton, and the Little Western. How about Harwick? There aren't any tracks that go there. Yet.
Oh yeah, and the bit where Ben says, and also the bit where I think Bill says there aren't any tracks to Harwick yet is obviously foreshadowing Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure, given how this miniseries takes place before Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure. And it was also before I had the idea of doing my rewrite of Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure with Ryan as the main protagonist, given how Ryan was originally written to be overconfident. And also, that piece of Capture Plural track is clarification that the Arsdale Railway was extended to Peel Godred in my series, like in Sodor the Modern Years by Walden Wester. No, like in Sodor the Early Years and Sodor the Modern Years by Walden Wester. Oh yeah, and this station might be a bit out of place on Sodor since it's based on it's an American design and Sodor is meant to be a part of the UK. And a similar thing could be said of that van as seen in the smelter's yard.
Where are you going, Dodge?
Off to find the magic buffers that lead to the lost engine.
That's a
Oh yeah, Bill and Ben tricking Splatter and Dodge into thinking that into thinking Lady was magic and that there were magic buffers that led to the island, that led to a magic railroad and to the lost engine, was also inspired by a story from that Mechanical Shed has made.
Did you know that there's some magic buffers that lead to the lost engine?
Watch.
Oh yeah, and this music is taken from Wallace and Gromit: The Curse of the Rare Rabbit, albeit put in
They could be
low pitch to avoid copyright.
Come on, George. Let's
And also,
find-
Finn's face does also change a bit. Mostly because during filming I found a take-along Toad face on the floor and I decided to give it to Finn.
Why not go through the buffers?
And
Alright.
I still have the paper face that I used for him, but don't have it anymore.
Now we've got the now lost engine. Wait, these are the magic buffers.
George, how about you smash those buffers since they don't lead to it?
Well, can't argue with that.
It says the windmill is in this direction. Now I'm completely lost. It's getting late too. I think I'll have to sleep here for the night.
Here we are, Johnny. This is where
Oh yeah,
my
and
mother lives.
and here's what a small bit of like what
Lily,
Shining Time looks like in my
This is
series.
Johnny.
Well,
I
the
met
town
him
at
on
least.
board the train to Malone, and he asked if he could come along.
And my dad agreed to do so. Do you have a place for me to sleep?
I have.
Thanks.
That night.
Oh yeah, and as seen in like the outtakes and deleted scene shot, I was actually going to animate them going into Burnett's house, but it was proven to be quite difficult to animate them going into the house. So that didn't make it the final. So that didn't make the final cut.
That's fine. I just sworn I heard a noise.
Oh yeah, and this bit is also based on the adventures of Thomas. Well, I'm getting ready for that trip to Rhode Island, hitting the road the next day. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's good to hear. And this bit is also another bit based on the adventures of Thomas, where Johnny can't sleep and heads out to the station where he meets Edward, who has a sign stuck in it. And another major difference between the adventures of Thomas is because of the fact that, well, there are people on Sodor in this rewrite, given that it's based on Thomas and the Magic Railroad. And it's not just like Sir Topham Hatt or Lady Hatt or Bertie's driver, since they were the only humans shown in Magic Railroad. And Sodor isn't a world of trains without people, not even Sir Topham Hatt. Because the idea was just so stupid that it made Misty Island look normal. Said hi. Oh, hi there. Oh, hey, Trojan. And also, Frankfurt. I hope you'll have a good time on your trip to Rhode Island. There's actually a figurine inside Bertie in one link in your missing scene. Oh, I see. No, wait, I'm actually not sure if... Actually, no. I think the face that I used for Finn was actually from a take-and-play Toad that I used to make a... that I used for a custom of one of the Welsh Pool and Landfair brake fans as seen in the CGI series, painted Skarloey Railway blue. Oh yeah, and this this shot with Gordon was also based on Daniel DeShunter's was also based on and also this shot of Gordon leaving Knapford and passing Percy in the next shot was also based off of this Thomas and the Magic Railroad Night Train edit that Daniel DeShunter has made. Although someone did also reply to my comment on that saying Thomas and the Magic Railroad, he's a really useful engine extended cut edit, and I'd probably be unable to do it because, well, I don't use clips from the original Thomas the Tank Engine in my videos anymore because I didn't want to risk my channel getting copyrighted for using clips from the original show. So yeah, that's why Well, I also probably didn't know about that figurine inside Bertie in that deleted scene. Oh yeah, Duck's inclusion of this was also based on Hufflepuff Batboy's other rewrite of Thomas and the Magic Railroad he'd done besides like Diesels and Westerners, which was for the 70verse. This was also based on his, like, Railway Series style rewrite of Thomas and the Magic Railroad called Thomas and the Lady of Sodor. That can also be found in his... Hey, sod off! That can also be found in his, Railway Series Evolution on fanfiction.net. That was also the inspiration for the inclusion of Duck in it,
might have been a trick.
And also,
I think she might have
speaking
been
of
yards at Shining
that,
Time, as that
his
was the last
story,
she went on. Tomorrow,
what was
we
that
should
about?
continue looking for her.
Oh, were you talking about what I said earlier? Oh, were you talking about what I said earlier? Basically what I was trying to say was that, the scene with Duck was also inspired by, Thomas and the Lady of Soda by Hufflepuff Batboy, that can also be viewed on fanfiction.net. Yeah, I'm sorry if you're probably confused by that. Oh, shut off. Shut off? Oh, okay, Oh yeah, kind of feel some people might be either shut off or confused by that, so yeah, I apologize for that. Sorry, there was also a fly earlier and I was trying to get it to shoo off. I was trying to get it to shoo off,
Oh, my wheels are feeling really wobbly. I think Diesel's around here.
Oh, I'm sorry, you know. Basil heard everything you said. I'm going after him.
Oh
to
yeah,
see
so
what he does next.
kind of like in the original movie, there were some scenes where Diesel 10 was referred to as Diesel as seen here. We've had wasps in the house multiple times. Oh, there was a similar thing with that in my garage where I film all my videos. Where I film all my episodes and specials and of my Thomas series. And I'm kind of wondering if, and I do also find it kind of funny how, kind of like in the original film, Diesel 10 was referred to as Diesel in this scene, but also coincidentally, Duck also mentions Devious Diesel as seen here. And let me replay that for you guys.
This morning at Tidby, after you had gone, he said it must have been put in a shed.
What's this about being put in a shed, I hear? It's about the lost engine, Duck. That's the second time I've heard talk about the lost engine. Earlier at Allsborough West, I saw George and another one of Diesel's brothers smashing some buffers.
Oh yeah, in this scene, Duck was also clearly referring to Devious Diesel. And I do also kind of find that funny. Someone actually says that Pinchy might be corrupting Diesel 10. So, similar to that of the Magic Railroad parody by Mr. Conductor Fan 1406, I have actually seen that, but I didn't want this. I actually did thought about having. And there was actually some. And I actually also thought of having a similar thing with this, but given how I didn't want this to come off as being a rip-off of the Magic, or a poor cash grabbing of the Magic Railroad parody, I decided that maybe Peter Travis Barnum could have been the one who corrupted Diesel 10 into being the bad guy after being, mocked and ridiculed by the steam locomotives because of his claw. So, kind of similar to NWR 1991's episode in a way, although, I did also see, since I also saw Davis, the parody is to leapfrogging in between being a successor to the original being an adult rubbish bin. I can handle your opinion on the Magic Railroad parody because
Have you had your tea, Mal?
I haven't.
Well, it's going cold.
Oh yeah, I'll wash my hands and then I'll wash my hands and then I'll just wash my hands and.
Oh.
Okay, Okay, okay. Oh, hold on, Oh yeah, I was also just about to have my tea, so I was also just about to have my tea because my mother pointed out that it would probably be going cold. So I might have to put the phone down for a bit because there'd probably be no way I was gonna do. There would probably be no way I was gonna have my tea and talk at the same time.
Right, do you want us to get out your hair for an hour?
Mm-hmm.
We're just having his tea, Dad. But we wait for
Yeah. Do you want us to wait till you finish your tea or just go? What?
Just go.
Okay, well ring us if you need us, okay?
Yeah. Still expecting another package soon. Just a few Lego figures from the classic era. I actually did consider getting some police minifigures for the next episode of my series, Duke and the Unexpected Guest, but but this is good enough way to distract myself. Okay, so
A splatter and Dodge told them she's from the Magic Railway, and so they were smashing the buffers that didn't lead to it.
That might have been a trick. I think she might have been in the yards at shining time, as that was the line she worked on. Tomorrow, we should continue looking for her.
Oh, my wheels are feeling really wobbly. I can feel it around here.
I'm sorry, you know. Please have heard everything you said. I'm going after him to see what he does next. You better carry on and get the mail delivered.
Oh, you're very brave, Toby.
Well, I'm off to my shed. I've got a busy day tomorrow. See ya.
Oh, Diesel. An old legend like me. He thinks I'm really useless.
Smoking on the railway. All the day. Who wants to?
and also that Ertl Edward right over there is also something that was left over from my series about Wilbert that I used to do, but not anymore, because looking back on it, it wasn't really very good, because, mostly because the camera quality that I used for it was just not very good, and, well, I didn't even know how to use the pause button until later on in the series, and Wait a minute. Also, that and also that tender engine over there is actually from my is actually from my engine. Is actually from sorry, that tender over there is also Jason's tender. And Jason is also an engine who worked on Sodor during World War II, but ended up getting destroyed, and the only thing that was salvaged was his tender, so I mostly use his tender for, like, scrapyard scenes.
Who wants to work here all day anyway?
There he is.
Come in.
Oh yeah, and the scrapyard scenes in this was also the first time where I put, like, some of my broken or body shells for Hornby or Bachmann engines for in the same place, because at first I was going to use model trains in my series starting from season 5 and beyond, but the idea pretty much never happened, and I probably would have been unable to, like, after I heard about Shapeways closing down back in 2024, and one thing I wasn't able to tell you was that I've been on a bit of a Lego kit. Made a few Legos in the span of a few days. Oh, that's cool to hear. I did also consider getting some of those, like, unofficial Lego Tom and Jerry minifigures after I found out that there was also that Tom and Jerry themselves weren't the only ones that were made, and I have seen a video on that, some videos on them. Mm. Mm-hmm. I'll read your post. Well, I'll after I finished eating. New push along Thomas and Percy. Yep, I showed them off earlier, and they are a lot better compared to the previous push alongs based on the CGI series. I also got them from the Tile and Railway gift shop, and they also had Thomas and Duck, although I already have Duck, as seen in that unboxing and review that I did. And they also have Gordon and I do feel that the Gordon, the new motorized 2025 Gordon, could have been better. My latest creation was a murder van used to carry gladiators in an apocalypse world. Sorry, I kind of had trouble pronouncing that.
Come in. Enjoy the party.
That's cool.
Hooray! Hooray! We're going to have a party.
Oh, I love parties.
Who's got the balloons?
What?
I also did give that quote where oh yeah, I did also give the bit where I think either Splatter or Dodge says we're gonna have a party to Finn.
Correction. Join the party that is over. Just like
And also the
steamers
reason
in
why
our own
characters like
direction.
Frankie and
Gone. Lost engine.
Thomas don't address Finn was mostly because or Bill and Ben was mostly because a lot of them were, I think most of them were recorded before I decided to include Finn, which explains why they weren't addressed by
Does that
Ben or
include
Splatter.
that magic railway that we're trying to find? That might be gone too.
Magic engine? You must have been idiotic to think that. But me and George have been trying to find her by smashing the buffers to see which ones are the magic buffers. Oh, flippin' heck. Enough! But I've heard...
Oh yeah, and the bit where Roderick says, "Oh, flippin' heck," was also sort of inspired by, pretty much copied from one of Thomas 1, Edward 2, Henry 3's Horace videos, like the one with Horace and the bridge.
It might be somewhere on the Shining Time branch line. Huh. Well, I told you she wasn't magic.
Well, you know what that means. Once we find
Oh yeah, there's
her,
also some
time to
remains of my original Edwin and the Trackmaster Den that I used to make Fred from the Railway series.
those steamers lights out. This is the job for the boss.
I've got to delay him. I've got to distract him.
It's the old tape body. Smash him.
I think that battered Earl Douglas probably may have been a leftover from Mr. Star's Nightmare.
Diesel 10 accidentally hit one of the supports, causing the...
Oh yeah, I also had to revert. Oh yeah, I also edited that clip in reverse. Oh yeah, and
Smash him.
Diesel 10 accidentally hit one of the supports, causing the...
that bit also was done in reverse. I like you did the final Thomas and the Magic Road and the work copy of Thomas and the Magic Road. It was so cool. Yeah, it was pretty much my idea to combine both the original and the final cut and the work print. kind of like how back in the 75th anniversary, I combined when I did Thomas and the Breakdown Train. I combined it both the season 1 version, the Railway Series version, due to the Fat Controller being referred to as the Fat Director, and James's runaway, and the adventure begins with Thomas going after James and trying to stop him from derailing, and plus the presence of Judy and Dramone and Glyn the coffee pot engine, who was seen at the end.
Down onto the diesels.
Oh, and there's also like a battered trick from Bob the Builder as well.
Good shout. Boss, did you mean to make the roof fall in?
Yeah, all the way through.
And even though this might be a bit hard to see, you can also see the Bachmann, my original Bachmann Annie that I used both the roof and the wheelbase for my custom model of Elsie. I did do a custom spotlight of that in my Malachi's Train series, but like what I said before, I ended up removing it because I was pretty unimpressed with the result. And also was on like the Flight G Studio channel because earlier I was asking if anyone was interested in seeing the bit in Chica and Wario Land that had the evil conductor, since his body was reused for Junior and the head was reused for Peter Travis Barnum and Lady the Lost Engine, for reasons that I stated in the previous stream. Like,
Me want to ramble tramps.
I'll go and get my bros to sort this out.
I wish I could help, had I wasn't stuck here.
When Toby told Thomas and Percy about Diesel 10's...
oh yeah, and this photo, and this shot with Thomas, Percy, and Toby at Farquhar Sheds. When I was cleaning up, cleaning up storage on Google Photos, I also accidentally deleted this one, but I was fortunate enough to get it, save it from the recycling bin.
By daytime, the mess had been cleaned up. Johnny, on the other hand, had gotten himself lost after trying to find where the noise came from.
Hello? Do you know the way back to Burnett's
Oh yeah,
house?
and that piece of large-scale track was also some that my dad ordered for as replacement track for my large-scale Thomas set, because the original had to be binned since it was in... The originals had to be binned because they were in poor condition.
Get worried about me if I don't return there.
Sorry.
And also don't have that
I was
much
trying to find out some
Bachmann
more clues
large-scale
for the
stuff
lost engine as I was
since,
trying to find her. So far, I've seen this one that says, if you're looking
well,
for the lost engine...
since all I have are Thomas, Percy, Annie, Clarabelle, Scruffy, and Troublesome Trucks 1 and 2, and a Thomas that someone converted. And I mostly collect the H.O. Bachmann stuff. And I also... And since I got Scruffy when I was at the, Since I got Scruffy back when I, well, at the Thailand Railway last month, I also bumped into someone who was German, who was, from Germany today at the Thailand Railway, and he said he got a Bachmann Scruffy for his Marklin layout.
Here are some clues. First, you follow this map that leads to Maron.
Oh yeah, and here's the Island of Sodor map that I edited. Here's my Island of Sodor map as per my as per my series, I edited it mostly to fit the time period that this miniseries takes place in, given how it takes place in between Heaven and the Express and Wilbert the Forest Engine, as I said in the previous stream, like, mostly with the removal of the extension to Harwick as seen here, since this takes place before Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure, and I also had to edit this. I'm not sure if you can see the photo properly, but I also had to remove the had to replace the Knapford Station image specifically for this scene, mostly because it featured Philip, and Philip wasn't on Sodor at the time this miniseries took place, although I had an idea that Philip was probably a replica of the diesel engine he was based off of, kind of like in, I think, in NWR Tales, and this was also, and that photo of Knapford for this shot was also taken back when I used to use Trains content, the old Trains content from Sodor Island 3D, but not anymore, given the horrible action that Skarloey 123 had done, and I had to delete most of them off of Trains in order to show my support to his family.
And it showed a picture of the yard, saying that when you get there, you will be able to find the final clue to solve the mystery.
Interesting.
Although, on the subject of what Richard Jordan had done, I actually saw on a community tab post on someone in regard to his arrest, with someone feeling sorry for him, even though he pretty much got what he deserved. And when I brought it up on Discord, YLLNERJ50 also replied saying, "Why feel sorry for someone who committed sexual crimes?" And another said, like, Skarloey123 may have been a good writer, but that doesn't change the fact that he committed, like, pedophilic activities. And no, it was not the guy who was defending Skarloey123 by saying innocent till proven guilty. And I actually said stuff like telling him to shut up because there clearly was proof of what he had done, and saying no to forget innocent till proven guilty, and saying that he was taking the Nicky.
Johnny and Mr.
So,
Stark
yeah.
didn't notice that Diesel 10 was coming up beside them. Oh crap!
I'm not sure if I still have that. Custom mini small scale figure that I made for Johnny in this scene, because I think I may have lost it during production. Compared to my figures of Ernie from Underground Ernie, where I was fortunate enough to find the other ones that I had made. And this was also my first time. And this is also the first. And this scene was also the first scene to include my D'Agostini Diesel 10 that I got at Doncaster Toy Fair in December of 2023, as well as the Diesel 10 that Daniel Alsop used in his Thomas series. Here it is. Oh, this may also seem a bit inconsistent given how this Diesel 10 is, well, has the grey face and also has the grey face and isn't, while the my Motorola Rel Diesel 10 is like painted into how he looks like in my series, a Bandai model. No, it's not actually. In answer to your question, Frankfurt, it isn't actually the a Bandai Diesel 10 model, but actually the Diesel 10 from the D'Agostini range, which is basically a plastic version of the Ertl diecast range. And it was also the Diesel 10 that Daniel Alsop had used in his Thomas series.
On this very history. Tell me, where is that end? Now.
And I also got that D'Agostini Diesel 10 from like the Doncaster Toy Fair.
10,
Interesting.
9,
It is.
8, 7.
Oh yeah, and this bit where and in this bit where Johnny frees Diesel 10. Oh yeah, and in the bit where Johnny spots the scissors on Diesel 10 and nice fight up too. Oh, thank you. And also, as seen in the scene where Johnny's well, oh yeah, and the scissors that I use for the scene where Johnny spots the scissors on, and also the scissors that I use for the bit where Johnny sees them and decides to use them to help to free Mr. Star. I think those scissors were the ones that I use for the lining that I use for most of my engines. And I pretty much got inspiration from Master of the Lemons to use masking tape for the lining. Oh yeah, and this clip from the original movie was also zoomed in to avoid copyright. Oh yeah, and also in this scene you can also see a plank of wood from the Hornby Great Discovery set, although I don't actually own the Hornby Great Discovery set, and all I have is like that, the brick load, not sure where it is, and the Annie and Clarabelle that came in the set, and the two red and blue trucks as seen in the Hitter that also came in that set. So I haven't got the Thomas that came in the set. And I also did consider getting the Hornby Stanley shed when to go along with Bachman Stanley when he does get released. And also that flatbed over there is a flatbed from the Take Along Bob the Builder range that I bought at Doncaster Toy Fair back in October.
Now that's what I call a perfect landing.
What's that?
It must be.
Oh yeah, and this windmill that I used for this shot was also the windmill that I used in the season 1 and 2 intro for my series, but as seen in the season 3 intro, I switched over to I used the windmill from the Thomasson Railway range, and for the season 4 intro and this scene, I also used the one that I got in a Motor Road and Rail, the same Motor Road and Rail lot as seen in that Oliver that I got that Oliver from. and me having Schema to be the one who wrote down all the clues to find the lost engine. Originally I did have like as the Gone Fishing Rabbit, but I later changed it to, fun fact, Mainstream Entertainment worked on the Bob the Builder reboot, whom also did a few other shows like Max Steel and Beast Wars. Oh, interesting. I haven't really watched a lot of the new 2015 Bob the Builder, and I didn't want to sound like James A. Williams when it comes to it, but I did also find that interesting to know. I also did make a reference to James A. Williams' video on, like, the 2015 Bob the Builder with, like, when I was saying, like, insert James A. Williams saying they cut out a specific lyric in the verse whenever the two times the 2015 reboot was brought up. At least the rabbit didn't write the note. Has a few Wonderland vibes. Something in which Thomas is not. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, especially given how, yeah. Especially given how yeah, especially since the Talking Rabbit does kinda throw the idea of having the feel that Sodor is a real place out of the window, and having it as some sort of fantasy realm like Narnia or, well, Alice in Wonderland.
We've just landed here after escaping Diesel 10. I've
Oh
also
yeah,
found the
and
next piece of the puzzle to find a lost engine.
Wait, Stevenson? Is that you?
the bit
Don't you remember? We went to...
oh yeah, and the bit where Thomas mistakes Johnny for the bit where Johnny mistakes Thomas for his father is also the scene where Thomas mistakes Johnny for his father was also another thing from the cancelled movie The Adventures of Thomas that I took from there. As well as flowers used as telephones, rabbits using clothes hangers, and engines driving themselves. Except for that clip of the figurine in Bertie's cab. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, and also, speaking of the engines driving by themselves, I actually did brought that up when I was talking to some people at the Railway Series weekend event at the Thailand Railway, where they were talking about Tobias and the Arking Merchant, and how I felt the scene where Tobias kills Thomas probably could have all been prevented had Toby's driver and fireman hold Tobias back from killing Thomas. If Movie saw the movie, he'd immediately file a lawsuit. Yeah. I feel he probably would have done the same thing had he saw Rusty and the Boulder, because of, like, Boulder chasing around the engines like in Indiana Jones. Oh yeah, and this bit of dialogue was also taken from Tommy Trains' adaptation of The Adventures of Thomas. And I did write an apology. And I did also write an apology in the description if he is watching it. Well, if he is watching both the original and the live stream, like where I said, I'm sorry, Tommy Trains, for that some bits of Johnny and Thomas's lines were taken from his adaptation of The Adventures of Thomas. Although in that adaptation, he is called Jack, and here he is called Stevenson. So yeah, and also the bit with like Thomas meeting Johnny's father in World War II was also based on the plot for The Adventures of Thomas. And also compared to The Adventures of Thomas, like Sir Bertram Toppenhat I was also mentioned, while in The Adventures of Thomas, so there was just a world of trains without people, not even Sir Toppenhat, which is so stupid that it makes Misty Island look civil, look populated in comparison. Yeah, and also, I think that was like also, and also, when I was like, and also, in regards to when I brought up like the scene where Thomas dies in Tobias and the Arcane Merchant, which I also made a reference to after my original Toby body shell ended up getting melted, as seen here due to it being in the sun. Let me find the image. No, wait, sorry. There you go. Oh yeah, and you may have previously seen this post on my community tab, but yeah, this was also a reference to the scene where Thomas dies in Tobias and the Arcane Merchant, except with like the roles swapped, and I had to use substitutes, given how, well, mostly given how I don't have a HO, or I haven't got a model of the engine that Derek is based off of, so I had to use Dart as a substitute for Derek. Oh yeah, and I think this was like the last. This was also this was also the last time I used the last time I featured that B12 that I painted up to look like Alfred before I painted it into my interpretation of 98462. I know someone asked if I thought about repurposing it into a new OC called Shelber, the Tan engine, aka the new male engine, but I feel if I did, then some people probably would have confused him for Benson from Stories of Sodor, and I think the saying could have, wow, Emily Blunt was in the MLP movie, and now I'm scared. Wait, who is Emily Blunt, to be exact? Not sure who she is, and oh yeah, and I also used Beatley as like a substitute for the little. I also used Enwin as a substitute for main lead in Jungle Cruise. Oh, I see. I haven't actually seen that movie. So yeah, and this was the Oh yeah, and even though I made it quite clear, I'm not going to adapt any more of Scarlet 123 stories instead of including Sodor Dark Time. Someone said like how it was funny how Alfred like blew up Knapford Station and killing 4 engines in the process. Yet he was shocked to see Thomas getting Tobias brutally seeing. Yet he was one of the ones who was shocked by seeing Tobias killing Thomas. See, and this was like what happened to my original Railway series, Toby. So, moving on. Oh yeah, and this windmill is also meant to be the windmill is seen in the the season 8 to season 18 intro, which is also what the intro for season 4 is based off of, since that's also based on the intro for the hit era all the way up to season 18. And now here's the how to not be stupid scene. This was also the second time I did the how to not be stupid scene from Thomas and the Magic Railroad, because I recreated this scene for although that was like more akin to what was seen in the original movie, like with it being set at the coaling plant, and it was also for a Thomas and the Magic Road re-steamed project, which also never came out. And that video can also be found in the remakes playlist if you're interested. And this one, the inclusion of Frankie aside, this is also based off of what was seen in the original script, with Diesel 10 accidentally bumping into Cranky, causing oil to spill all over him.
Now it's time for the next lesson, eh? I call it How to Stop Being Stupid.
Oh yeah, and what I use for the oil is actually some Burger King barbecue sauce. Oh yeah, and there's Johnny Cuba in the background. I'll break your stack for this one. They can't help Johnny Cuba! And also, speaking of tugs, the audio clip of Cranky saying, "You idiot!" Diesel 10 was actually taken from the Tugs episode Big Freeze, as well as the last episode of Tugs. Oh yeah, Enterprise Studios was like top fan, that's cool.
No, that's gonna ruin my fish.
Lily was looking for Johnny when she got...
Oh yeah, and here's the scene where Patch meets Lily. I think that was also one of the scenes that had to be cut down to time due to... I think that was also one of the scenes that had to be cut down due to time.
Good morning, Mr. Stone. I'm on my way to trial. Can Lily come too? Sure.
You would like to come too?
No. I've got to keep guard of Lady.
My grandfather.
Oh yeah, I don't think I actually recorded some clips of... No, I don't think I actually did some stop motion of, Burnett walking away, so I had to, do that so I basically did that in reverse. And also, here's the trial scene, and you can also see Pepe Le Fume on that car, and that's also something I used in... And I also used that car back in Season 1 as seen in the episode Percy's Close Call. And I also later reused it in Don't Tell Donald and Douglas, my Christmas special for 2024. Oh yeah, and the reason for and also the reason for Lily's change in voice was because Lydia was busy at the time I was working on like part 3, and so I decided to ask Wallace at Fly Cheese Suit if she can record some of the lines that Lydia hadn't recorded at the time. So yeah, and I was also hoping Lydia wasn't too upset by that. And this was pretty much also the first time Wallace got to voice in one of my videos. Well, one of my episodes, because she also later did the voice for Maria in Derek Takes Charge, which actually was going to call Derek's Busy Day at one point. And if you've seen part 3 of Road to Rare Museum, you probably may know that she also did the voice for Henrietta in that scene. Fine with that. It sounded a bit uninteresting. So, kinda like Rob Ratstra's voice in The Space Place, which was also made by the same company that did the same people that did the Transporters. Well, okay, I actually also did watch The Space Place before Thomas Furious made his video on the Transporters. Transporters was a nightmare. Yeah, I can see why some people might say it's pure nightmare fuel because of the human faces stuck onto... Because of the, human faces stuck onto CGI vehicles. Because, well, it's pretty offbeat and weird.
Someone wait to meet with Mr. Scott at the windmill.
And also, on the subject of the Transporters, when I was, like, talking to Thomas Furious at the, Orgy Extravaganza 4 on the Fred train, I actually, when I asked if he was going to do a video on the Transporters, I did say I did also watch, and when I said I also did watch the Transporters without chickening out when I was a kid, I actually said I think I must have been brave. I think I must have been brave for watching the Transporters without chickening out. And the fact the words "it makes me happy" have been reused multiple times to the point where it makes me feel annoyed. It makes me feel annoyed. Yeah, pretty much on the same degree as most of the rhyming in seasons 13 through 16 and Misty Island Rescue. Okay, I know, I know there are people in the, who think that the Nitrogen era is old news, but I feel the usage of it makes me happy multiple times would probably be kinda like the, the constant rhyming in the Nitrogen seasons. But it did give me an idea for a joke. Oh, I'm interested in hearing that joke.
Thomas! Now, don't you look so surprised. I know you haven't seen me since.
You stuck party poppers down my funnel during the New Year's Eve party at Tidmouth.
Oh yeah, Thomas mentioning the New Year's Eve party at Tidmouth, I think that was another thing I also came up with. It makes me happy. Why doesn't it make you happy? The IRS? What doesn't make you happy? The IRS? Oh, that joke was pretty funny. Oh, that joke was pretty funny.
Have a laugh.
You did.
Okay, that joke was actually pretty funny. Oh yeah, and this scene with Thomas being the one telling
This is
Percy.
Eddie. And this is Junior. He's a Mr. Star, the windmill.
They did detect us to the windmill. It's in regards to the lost engine we are looking for.
Well,
I hope you're not thinking what I think you are, Thomas. The Fat Controller would be pleased if you left us and your passengers stranded in the middle of nowhere.
Oh yeah, the bit that. Oh yeah, and the bit where Annie and Clarabelle say, "I hope you're not thinking what you are thinking, Thomas." The Fat Controller. Yeah, the IRS would not make everyone happy. True. Also, the bit where Clarabelle says the Fat Controller wouldn't be too pleased if you left your passengers stranded in the middle of nowhere was pretty much done to make fun of the scene in the original version where Thomas says, "Annie, Clarabelle, I'll send Percy back to fetch you," and Annie Clarabelle saying, "We've heard that one before." And I pretty much got inspired by the video of Skarloey if he saw Thomas and the Magic Railroad, if I can find it. Oh yeah, it was pretty much. I pretty much got the idea for what Clarabelle said in that scene from Nick Train 123's video when Skarloey saw Thomas and the Magic Railroad is seen here. Here it is. Skarloey's face says it all.
the funny thing is, I forgot.
What did you do? So yeah, this is like the third time I made a reference to that scene in... No, I think that's pretty much the second time I made a reference to that scene earlier. Like, earlier when I was talking to someone when I was doing my shift at the Tallylin at the Tallylin Railways Museum. No. Like, earlier was when, like, oh yeah, that was like the second time I made a reference to the scene where Skarloey says, "What did you do?" in Blue Mountain Mystery today. Because earlier it was when I was talking to someone when I was doing my shift at the Narrow Gauge Museum at the Tallylin Railway with Skarloey's prop being on display and talking about how like Skarloey was stupid in the hit era, like. And I'm thinking Skarloey probably would have said a similar thing if he saw to Hit Entertainment when he saw Skarloey the Brave.
The Fat Controller wouldn't be pleased if you left us and your passengers stranded in the middle of
The IRS would not make everyone happy. True.
us.
I meant Junior and Lily. Besides, I have some ballots for Bickerstone to collect later.
That's a relief.
Oh yeah, that scene was also
Very hot on trains.
poking fun of that scene from the original.
Let me know if you find the lost engine.
Oh, and there's Lily from Wild Nor'Wester pulling old Slow Coach, and also I think in most of the scenes Lily didn't have her face, which is like the face from my original Motor Road and Rail Rosie, which is why she was like facing away from the camera. Oh yeah, and here's the Greendale rocket being used for the interior of Percy's cab. And I think I also took this shot, well, did this shot before I got the Ertl large-scale Percy.
Sickness.
Later on during production.
There you are, John. Oh, hey, Lily. Where have you been? Last night I heard a noise and went to see who it originated from. Then bumped into Mr. Star. Ended up escaping Evil Diesel with a claw.
Oh, that's Diesel 10. Just like Thomas said. It's 10 out of 10 for Team
saw there's another clue leading to the engine. It says that she might be hidden away in one of the sheds around here. If not, then we will search the Shine Time branch.
I'll go by myself with my little map here.
Percy, Mr. Star.
Oh yeah, and this shot was also the second appearance of my setup for the lead mine. For the lead mine from down the mine, like the first one being my adaptation of A Part of Me Stayed Behind, which is also my final adaptation, the last story from Scarlet 123 that I've done an adaptation of. Given how most of Scarlet 123's original stories have now been deleted off of Google Docs, and how Scarlet 123 has been got arrested back in April, I will not be adapting any more stories from him. Oh yeah, and this setup is also meant to be the goods yard the old goods yard as seen in the season 17 episode Thomas's Shortcut.
But they didn't find anything. They even looked as far as Arsdale End.
Oh yeah, and this bit is also one of the many clarifications that Arsdale End exists in my series, but Toby doesn't live here. And my headcanon for Arsdale End in my series was that it used to be a part of it was originally a part of the Arsdale End tramway. It was originally a part of the Arsdale End section of Sodor tramways, kind of like in the video that Random Melon had made, which he combined the railway series canon with the television series canon, and much like the Magic Railroad timeline that I brought up in my Malachi's Trains episode on Rainbow Sun, I had to it also can be viewed as a document, as a Google document. And this is also pretty much the first time we got to see Arsdale End in my series.
Thomas did not know that the trucks were old and the couplings were rusty. He just got to the hill when trouble struck.
Oh yeah, this scene was also a replacement for the scene where Thomas left the coal truck behind on Muffle Mountain.
Stop, trucks! Stop! Bother! I've lost them!
But you can also see my shadow in that shot.
We're almost at Marin. Maybe that's where the last clue is.
Oh wait, hold on,
Maybe that's where the last clue is.
Oh yeah, and this shot was also the first time I got to use... This shot was also the first time I got to use my Ertl Pullback Percy after I bought it off of eBay. Specifically for the miniseries. Specifically for these shots. And also maybe a bit inconsistent because I didn't repaint this. Because I didn't repaint it to look like how Percy looks like in my series compared to what I did with Thomas.
Sue and Percy arrived at Marin. Just as Mr. Starr predicted, the next clue was there. You are almost about to find a lost engine. Just take the next junction. You know what that means?
The lost engine. That might be a shiny time.
You're absolutely right. Tomorrow I'll meet up with Junior and tell him we found the third clue. Blast! Those kettles are trying to get to the lost engine before us. Well, we'll see about that.
I'm back.
Where have you been this whole time?
Oh yeah, and Roderick also, the way Roderick also said, "Where have you been this whole time?" was kind of like in a similar fashion as to what James A. Williams said in his updated version of his video as to why he hates CGI Fireman Sam during his rant on Norman Price being the cause of being the cause of almost every emergency. And this also includes like stealing sausages from like Dillis's shop, even though she wasn't allowed to, and well, which causes a campfire, and which was about to burn and they were, and the fire was like, and the and the townsfolk of Pontypandy having to almost evacuate due to the had to evacuate Pontypandy due to the storm, but without the luck of but it was fortunate enough that there was a rainstorm, or else it would have burned Pontypandy to a crisp. Although I actually did see a rewrite of a way of how to rewrite the Great Fire of Pontypandy, as seen in the comment section of Sodor Railway Studios' DVD reaction of Fireman Sam, the Great Fire of Pontypandy. And also, in the original voice clip, Finn actually said, I had a chat with a steam engine called Thomas. I'm actually thought that probably could have led to some people thinking as to how he was talking with, how instead of Douglas, he was like talking to Thomas, and Thomas tells him about how he, rescued Hero from being scrapped.
He should be scrapped, but he told me a very fascinating
story. Referencing Hero of the Rails.
I don't want to hear it. What matters is we finally know where the lost engine is.
But
hurry up, or you'll be first on the smelting list. And Roderick stormed off to inform Boomer and Diesel 10. Diesel 8069, on the other hand, was having second thoughts.
Oh yeah, and of course, according to this bit at the end, I actually was gonna finish the final part, get the final part ready in time for Valentine's Day, but I was unable to. Which explains why the outro was cut short in this. No, the real reason why the outro was cut short in this was because of what I said here. The reason why I put this here was because the credits weren't working on it. And you thought I was done with this after Bill, Ben, and the Bullies, did you? Well, I only did that as I saw the scroll credits doesn't work. I'm not sure if they still work, but, and the reason why I said that was because I ended up, when I, ended up wiping out, when most of my downloads had to get wiped off my original computer, I ended up losing the original everything, including the original, templates for the season free intro, so I had to go with like name boards in taken. I had to go with like the name board sequence. Oh yeah, you mean my birthday on Valentine's Day? I still have fun on my 20th birthday. Ah, that's cool to hear. That's good to hear. Okay, now we get... Now we get to the final part. Okay, and now we've made it to the last part of the mini-series. Okay, and now we get to the final part of this mini-series. Little engines can do big things. And also, even though I already said this in the description, the reason why there was, like, the audio being delayed in the clips was mostly because, after what happened with the original one, which got corrupted, so I had to restart by doing all the clips in parts. I thought it would be a good idea until I realized that the audio was fixed. It kind of messed up the audio on it. So yeah, and plus I did have some bits of the original, but some bits of the original version with some of the music swapped around and some music that wasn't present in the original, but well, that's on my computer back at home and I'm in the caravan site. So I'm sorry for those of you who wanted to see this without the delayed audio. Although you're more than welcome to do a fixed version of this without the delayed audio. And it was also... And I was also originally going to use music from the Tugs episode Trapped in this one, but that was also another one that didn't make the final cut.
Well, hopefully they will turn up soon.
And also that scene was also cut short. I was also glad to know that you had fun on your 20th. You still had fun on your 20th birthday. His yeah, and also I think that was also like found out another actress about another actress, Wendy Malclick, aka one of the voice actors from Emperor's New Groove. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, that's interesting. And speaking of Disney movies, this scene also uses music from the Disney movie The Rescuers. Although around the time when I was working on the while I was going through the process of redoing this part, I was also rewatching Tom and Jerry the movie from 1992. And like what I said in the first stream, that movie also got criticized for being a rip-off of She Was in Jake Long and Jimmy Neutron, and somehow Kung Fu Panda. Oh, speaking of Kung Fu Panda, I actually did watch Kung Fu Panda 4 last year, back in March when it came out.
So, we just smashed Buffish for nothing? Rush! I don't believe this. Bamboozled by a steam engine.
What are we going to do now?
I know. We will help the...
And to think I knew her from the Owl House, which I kinda despise. Oh, I see, I'm not really, mainly because the relationship between, a woman and mainly because the main relationship between a human and a young witch. Yeah, I'm not really the biggest fan of the Owl House, to be honest. I'm not really a fan of the Owl House, to be honest.
Other engines here so that they can tell us where the engine is. And if they don't, we will scrap them all.
Oh yeah, and this idea, Peter Travis Barnum's plan of telling most of the engines to get to the smelter's yard. To summarize, it looks like human, it sounds like human, it acts human, but it's not human. Oh yeah, I see, and also, the scene where, Peter Travis Barnum's idea, and this was also another idea I got from Guardian Soul MLP, like what I said before. And it was from his journal how he would rewrite Thomas and the Magic Railroad as seen on his DeviantArt account. And however, not all the engines on the Northwestern Railway in my series was captured in it. Mostly because, this includes, the ones like my OCs and most of my OCs minus Larry and Harry, the LNER B12, and the LNER B12, and also Edwin, and also Edwin, the London and Northeastern Railway J50. He's also one of the only one out of my OCs that were present, because everyone else, like Luke, in which I decided to have be based on a funny. I too have a Holden B12 named Harry. Oh, interesting. I pretty much got the idea for my Harry from the other B12 in the British Railway series, besides Stephen, who's an old OCI recently revived. Oh yeah, I also revived some of my older OCs when I was coming up with my Thomas not finished with that yet. I also have some OCs from my series I also had to revive in my own Thomas series, like stuff like 81 and mainly with characters like 81 as seen in like with 81 and most of the characters in my and most of the OCs like Archie and Zoe and Wesley that are planned to appear in my series, that I thought about including my British Railway series. Harry was also the inspiration for my Harry. Oh yeah, I was also inspired by British Railway series Harry for my Harry, so coincidence that we both have a B12 named Harry. Kind of like how Daniel Alsop said in my video on the model railway show at Birkdale School. Coincidence that they were both at the same place.
The only problem is, how are we going to do it? You will tell the other engines to get here, and then we will block...
Oh yeah, and that brake fan piece over there isn't actually the Spiteful Brake Fan, but actually I think it probably could be the Spiteful Brake Fan's brother, but earlier there was like, because for my story about how my OC Edwin the LNR J50 arrived on Sodor, I also had like that brake fan who was basically like the same basis as the Spiteful Brake Fan, so it was basically a carbon copy of it, and Edwin ended up breaking him to pieces, and that was one of the bits that remain of him.
I know. We will help the other engines here so that they can tell us where the engine is. And if they don't, we will scrap them all.
Alright, the way you think, boss.
The only problem is, how are we going to do it? You will tell the other engines to get here, and then we will block their path so they won't escape.
Could we help? It sounds just like a job for us. Why, yes. Where do we start?
How about...
Oh yeah, and originally, in the original, like, lines for Diesel 10, the Y and the yes were originally, like, the other way round. But I later, like, edited that when I was doing this bit.
Start with another engine that we tried to track down years ago. I know just where he is.
Sounds like a plan.
You know what? I'm not going to do it.
You what?
You do this on your own. I don't want to be part of your dirty deeds anymore. I want to
Oh,
be
and here's the bit where Sonic turns against Diesel 10. Hold on.
that engine.
Oh yeah, warning about my data.
What?
You are a traitor to us and your kind.
Oh yeah, the bit where Roderick says to Finn, "You are a traitor to us and your kind," was a piece of dialogue was actually taken from based on a line of dialogue from the Crypto the Superdog episode Furry Fish, where Delilah calls Streaky a traitor to his kind.
I guess Harry and Bert will be taking your spot now. We will be scrapping you along with those...
Oh yeah, and that R.C. Thomas right there was also my very first R.C. Thomas I got in the Thomas at Timber Shed set. I think around like 2019, I also got the idea of using it for a custom of my own custom Shed 17 Thomas, but now it's basically a scrapped Thomas, or a scrap D2, since, well, or maybe it could just be like a scrap D2, since Shed 17 is, well, not canon to my series, and also, like, and the fact that Shed 17 also clearly isn't canon to Thomas and Friends. But, I've only seen some bits of Sodorland, and ooh, it did kind of feel like a really bad LSD trip. Oh yeah, and also, in that bit, I also was originally going to use music from Wallace and Gromit, The Wrong Trousers, but that ended up being changed to that music cue from The Curse of the Were-Rabbit, but in low pitch to avoid copyright. I will be saving that music cue for Duke and the Unexpected Guest. Almost like the X-Soda Fallout. Yeah, pretty much. Well, bear in mind the amount of Hello, Alex Studios, and welcome to the stream. And bear in mind, most of those insert OC in. Bear in mind, most of these sort of Fallout AUs and other stuff involving I am new here. Oh, nice to see you. Although bear in mind, most of these sort of Fallout AUs or sort of Fallout roles. Thank TY, you're welcome. Yeah, and also stuff like the all the also most of the stuff like all the sort of Fallout AUs and all the what if or well, any sort of insert disaster here stories are also one of the many reasons as to why I think sort of Fallout is overrated. Yeah, and I think I'm not the biggest fan of sort of Fallout, obviously.
Duck and Oliver were at Knapford Station. Duck was about to take his last train for the day on the Little Western when Harry, Bert and Roderick rolled up.
Oh yeah, there's... Hold on.
Oliver. He's waiting.
No, yeah,
We will be scrapping you along with those goody steamers and goody diesels like you.
By the way, I have a series just like you. Oh, that's interesting.
Duck was about to take his last train for the day on the Little Western when
I might see if I can check that out.
Roderick rolled up.
Oh yeah, and there's Tom Tipper's Post fan. Oh yeah, and in this I used that capture player Tom Tipper that I bought off of Mr. Ryan, aka Cosmic, back in December of 2022 as both Mr. Star and Tom Tipper in this. And yes, I did hear about the controversy surrounding that guy. And I also caught wind about it when I was at the OJ Extravaganza 4 last year. I can't see you vid. Okay, wait, why is that? And also, okay. And also, when I saw a tweet from Super Thomas Eli about like Mr. Ryan, aka Cosmic, burning his models to a crisp, I actually did ask, wasn't one of his models preserved, because I did see one of the models there at the Orgy Extravaganza 3, and it can be seen in my video on the Orgy Extravaganza 3 at the Tile Inro, which is my second Orgy Extravaganza video since I didn't do one of the Orgy Extravaganza 2, even though I went there in 2022. And I'm going to be doing a video on the Orgy Extravaganza 5 if you're interested.
Mr. Star.
He's waiting for you at the smoker's yard.
Are you sure?
Sure we are.
Alright then.
I wouldn't go there if I were you. It sounds like a trap. That Diesel was one of the ones who tried to hunt me, Isabel, and Toad down.
I take it you feel uncomfortable around him.
That's right.
Oh yeah, and there's Tom Tipper. I am a fan of you. Oh, it's nice to see a fan. Kind of like when I was at the Orgy Extravaganza 4, and kind of like when I was at the Orgy Extravaganza 4, and I met someone who has seen my series. I think he saw my episode about Proteus and my special featuring like Timothy, which featured like a piss taking on the Timothy movie that Kane Fan 701 made. And there's Tom Tipper. And the map video when he asked, like, who was the B-17 in it, which was actually, like, in that photo of Gordon at Marin. And it was actually, and I did tell him it was, like, my interpretation of Rainbow Sun. And he did also talk to me about my own takes of the of the loaned engines. Like, including Alfred, even as, like, before I dropped Alfred from my series because Horrible Action Story 1 to 3 had done. Oh yeah, and... Oh yeah, and... Here's the scene with Roderick and Levi tricking as many engines as they could into going into the smelter's yard. And also, given how the likes of Colin, Lily, Adam, Luke, Steve, Eric, Rick, even though he was in a deleted scene, were not present in the smelter's yard, I had to come up with a reason your fan may live in Brazil. Oh, okay. Yeah, and I also came up with a reason as to why those guys were not present, so I decided to go with, like, Finn told most of them to not go into the smelter's yard. Oh, and there's, like, the Great Ocean Dock from Fedor Tugboat over there. Oh, yeah, and here's, like, Eric, the scene with, like, Finn telling Eric to not go into the smelter's yard, which is also the first appearance of Kirk Ronan Station in my series. Yes, I'm Brazilian. Cool. So yeah, and this shot was also the first time I got to use Kirk Ronan Station in my series for the first time. Oh yeah, I think Gordon was also meant to have a speaking role in this scene, but his voice actor didn't record it.
No thanks.
God lines.
To take early tomorrow.
Oh well, don't come crying to us when your friends return as scrap metal.
Because aside from Everett, who's still at the work, a lot of engines have been disappearing too.
The only engines that hadn't been captured.
Oh yeah, and also I was originally going to use, like, the Sea Rogue cue from Pirate as well, which also didn't make the final cut. Oh yeah, and here's the setup for Hero's hideout. And also here's the setup for Hero's hideout that was seen in the mini-series. This was also seen in my video clip that I did for Jay Louvier's Character Friday episode on Kenji the Bullet Train. Here it is. I'm thinking that... I just want to show... I just want to show people that... Oh, stupid. Stupid... Whatever, I just want to show people that clip from my video. I just want to show... come on. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. My Kirk Ronan Station is only seen in one ep if you want to look for it. Reparanos nos Trilos. Okay, okay, so I'm just gonna bring up the clip that features
just want to say that
Very.
every character is a character Friday.
Oh wait, that's not it.
Hello
There's my
guys,
clip.
Island of Signal Films, aka Maliki here, and I just want to remind you that every Friday's a Character Friday.
So yeah, this clip was also done. That clip was also done when I was filming. When I was filming that scene, because they were both filmed on the same set. Sunshine! So I had to make a reference to that.
Where the last puzzle is.
It's getting late. I still haven't found them. Percy's up the shiny time bracelet, so that's where they could be.
Percy, what are you doing here? I promised Burnett not to tell anyone about Lady.
Oh yeah, and the music that I used in this scene was.
Is that the lost engine?
Oh yeah, and the music that was used in this scene was The Lady of the Viaduct by Tynes, the person who made Tobias and the Half Prior and Tobias and the Arcane Merchant. Although I have already brought up Tobias and the Arcane Merchant when I was talking about that photo I did with my original Railway series Toby after it melted, as that was based on the scene where Thomas dies in Tobias and the Arcane Merchant. Is like this. Rebarus nos Trillius. Oh, got it. Got it. I haven't really spoke that much languages other than English besides German. I actually haven't spoken that many languages in what? Bar is like re. I actually other languages beside that aren't English besides. Although my American accent doesn't really count.
There is the crew at Province Gate, but I was unsure if Burnett will let me ask about it. What's wrong with you, son?
Grandpa!
Oh, Lily and Johnny. I've been so...
Lydia did also record her audio clip for when Lily says grandpa, but that didn't go used. That went unused. It's not like this in everything. I think you're probably talking about the audio being, well, delayed with the clips. Oh yeah, and here's the bit with, yep. Yeah, that was because after the original ended up being corrupted and I had to restart all over again. I thought it would have been, I got the brilliant idea to just do it all in parts, and look how well that went. And it was also like that in some of my collection videos that I've made. Ernie! Can you show us vid? 'Cause us black. Which vid to be exact? Which vid to be exact? is... Okay, what I was trying to say was that, it was not the first time where I had a video that had audio delays, because it was like that in my Christmas presents video. The video that you're talking about, well, it wasn't actually, like, the first time that happened, because, like, it happened in my with my Christmas presents 2022 and 2023 videos, like this one. And most of my collection videos up until the model railway collection video that I did for 3,000 subscribers, it also featured my model railway collection at the time, since it was made before Bo and Rebecca were released in Bachman, and I guess Stanley and Sahandel, even though the two of them haven't been released yet. And before I got the Bachman N-Scale... Wait, you have 3,000 subscribers? Yes, and I'm also on the road to 4,000 subscribers. And I actually was thinking about what I could do for, like, when I reach 4,000 subscribers. I did consider doing a video where I talk about my history with Thomas. I only have 6 subs. Oh. Yeah, it was... Yeah, and this collection video was... Yeah, and this was also made before I got... And the Morrow collection video was also made before I got the other locomotives from the Hornby Thomas range that I did not have at the time I was making that video. Those being Oliver, Emily, Dart, as well as the only character in the CGI series that got made in Hornby, Devious Diesel, Flying Scotsman, and Spencer. Because those were the ones I have. 3,000 subscribers, good for you. You're not the only one that made it to 3,000 subscribers. Mine did. Oh, that's pretty cool.
And Burnett told Johnny and Lily all about how Lady got into her accident that was caused by Peter Transpire, and that he had spent years trying to repair her.
I'm actually not sure if that bit made its way into the script. It probably didn't.
Nobody ever goes to the case. If you have a scale particle.
Sure, just don't tell Boomer.
I'll help too.
D-A-O-6 man? What are you doing here? I heard you on Diesel 10's side.
Not anymore. I'm done with him for good. When I was at Craven's Gate, I was with Douglas. At first...
Oh yeah, this bit is also one of the very...
But he told me how...
This bit was also one of the very... I think one of the very, very few clips who have not to have audio delays. Well, the beginning of it at least.
Much to their anger, and as I left, they said I would be the first to get smelted.
I was trying to...
They found the lost
Hey, I missed that
engine.
little flash.
You must have been one of the bravest thing to turn against him.
I know, but I'm scared.
Do you want to hear some little facts about my series? Sure, I'm interested. Okay, 1 minute. Oh, okay, So yeah, this. Zoom.
If they find out I'm helping you, they would scrap me on the spot.
Oh, don't cry. You're doing a great favor by helping fixing this lady.
Thank you, Percy.
You're welcome. Do you have a name?
I would like to be called Finn from now on.
Phil Marsden.
Oh yeah, and there's the works unit coach that came with Numpty Pooter's 8012's Take Along to Trackmaster mod of Fergus that I use in my series.
Could we be a bit of assistance?
But I don't know much about repairing an engine.
Burnett agreed, just as Thomas came steaming in.
So there's the missing ballast trucks.
Thomas, I just solved the mystery of the last clue to find the lost engine. Phil was also helping me out with it. After he said he turned against Diesel 10, which made him one of the bravest Diesels I've ever heard of.
That's great, Percy, but don't tell Diesel 10 this guy.
They worked all through the night.
Oh yeah, that scene was originally like a lot more longer compared to the end result because it was also going to be a lot more longer, and I was also going to use the rendition of I was also going to use the Upside Now's versions of the Upside Now's version of the Busy Station theme from like Soda Sympathy, but that was also another one that didn't make the final cut.
Fixing her until by early morning she was fully repaired. Now all we need to do is get her to steam.
There isn't a scene where Thomas lands on Muffle Mountain, right? Might be random, but it made the least amount of sense. Yeah, the scene where Thomas lands on Muffle Mountain doesn't happen at all, given how the Magic Railroad and the Magic Buffers don't exist in my series. Hold on. Oh, sorry, I just got a comment on my Thank Poop. Yep.
Hey, I should be taking those ballast trucks to Hudson since I found them.
I'll take him, Thomas.
Thanks, Percy.
Oh yeah, and make-believe nonsense to be denied. Yeah. Hence why stuff like the Misty Island Tunnel and the walking bridge as seen in the Big World Big Adventure Zero don't exist in my series. And also the Bachman Henrietta that's on James's scrap train was also originally going to be a Bachman HO Hasty Hannah custom made from my original Bachman Henrietta after I got a new one at the Tallylin Railway. But yeah, I just wasn't too pleased with it. My takes place in 2021. Fact 2. Rebecca came to Soda to pull goods trains. Interesting. 'Cause Henry had crashed. Fact 3. Fact 3. Nia came to Soda to work at a new dock, Sudbury Dock. So, kinda similar to that of what Bobbin. Kinda similar as to what Bobbin. Kinda similar to Bob and Stella in my episode called Bob and Stella in Season 4. I forgot to mention Finn's moment gave me chills, especially VeggieTales 2007 did great voice for him. Hits way Finn is my favorite character. Hasty Hannah was a dick in the series. Could have replaced her with a stubborn coach instead of one who wants to go fast. Yeah. Yeah. And also, I think I made that custom. I think I made that custom HO Hannah that I later scrapped before it was announced that I think before that photo of Hannah in Bachman N-Scale Hannah was revealed. And yeah, and I also made a post asking, thinking that Bachman might make. I was meant to say hints, my mistake. Oh, it's alright, Oh yeah, and that Brio engine over there is also meant to be Mandy, one of the diesel engines that works on the Peel Godred branch line in my series. So yeah, she pretty much has the same name as Mandy Flood from Fireman Sam, in a way.
Meanwhile, James was on his way to the smelter's yard with a train of scrap when he got...
Oh yeah, and that body shell over there in the smelter's yard was also meant to be some O-gauge body shell that I haven't quite figured out what wheelbase is acquired for it. I was kind of thinking like the Hornby 040 body shells that you'd find on stuff like the I think like the D-Class and the 040 E2s that was reused from the Hornby Thomas body shell. And also, and last of all, the classic engines like Boco, Murdoch, and the Coldifell engines in Rally exist. Huh. Hey, those were interesting facts. Moving on.
A big surprise waited him.
Oh yeah, originally that piece of music from The Rescuers was also originally meant to be this scene. And also, the elephant in the room in Big World Big Adventures is that her basis is narrow gauge. Almost like how Hero is narrow gauge and Victor is supposed to be standard gauge. Oh. I actually had no idea that Hero was meant to be narrow gauge. Oh yeah, and Victor was supposed... Oh yeah, and the fact that Victor was supposed to be standard gauge... I also do remember that JH55000's train's model of Victor also was also like standard gauge, which was also pretty much the reason as to why I used to think that Victor was standard gauge up until the Scarlowy engines made their return in Blue Mountain Mystery. So, characters like Nia, Hero, and Victor are inconsistent. Oh yeah, I actually originally wrote that in my series that Vic Neo was originally a narrow gauge engine. Cooking some episodes with Boko. Oh, that's interesting. Now here's the bit with like James and
What are you doing?
and also given I moved that music cue from the rescuers to this scene, I ended up going with music from Mr. Ben, the anime from. I ended up going with music from Mr. Ben in this shot. The scene here.
When he got there, a big surprise waited him.
Doc? What are you doing? And everyone else is doing.
Oh yeah, and there's the Bachman box fan that I brought up with that Bachman American station. And yeah, both that and that station would feel out of place given how Sodor is a part of the UK and both of them were like American designs. Oh yeah, I also was originally going to use music from the Tugs episode Regatta in this scene, but I later changed it to music from from Sunshine.
Don't tell them where she is, he will scrap us.
This is bad. Like, really bad. Not to hurt you.
We're okay, but please tell the other engines to help get us out of here.
Once I turn around, I'll go help the others.
It's now day 4 of searching for the lost engine, and we still haven't found her. What's that?
In my series, Carly was a train crane like Harvey, but in a crash, Carly was turned into a crane like Cranky. So, basically, having both All Engines Go Carly and the CGI series in the same canon. Although, I had a thought that if I were to include Tess from All Engines Go, I would have her be based off of the flail mower as seen in at the Tallinn Railway. Like, if I were to include... No, sorry. If I do include Tess in my series, kind of like what I did with Kana, Sandy, and Bruno, although I was a bit too late to include Sandy in my series, given how I introduced her after All Engines Go ended. That was like in part 1 of Road to Rome, you see, in my 80th anniversary Rosary special. And Tess exists too, but in Kurt Ronan Docks. Oh, interesting. As I said before, if I were to include Tess in my series, she'd be based on the flail mower at the Tallinn Railway, and will probably be a part of the Skarloey Railway. No. And would be a part of the Skarloey Railway.
Trying to find a lost engine.
Cool.
He ended up getting lost. Apparently, he had the map upside down when he was trying to find her.
Where's he gone?
Hey? Junior! Will you get down from there?
Oh yeah, the reason why I moved Junior being... Junior, like, going on the windmill and landing onto Diesel 10 and... almost... and then going all the way to Smelter's Yard was mostly because I thought the idea of, well, Junior being on Diesel 10's cabin till the next day kind of made no sense to me. Which is why I kind of changed it up.
Give us 2 seconds!
2 seconds is all what it takes to land you into trouble.
Oh boy, this
This is also one of the very few, another one of the very few scenes that weren't out of, that didn't have any audio delays. As seen in the outtakes and deleted scenes video, I also had to redo this because I thought I made Diesel 10 looked derp-eyed. And also, given how the model for Junior that I made was used in, was reused from the evil controller, the evil conductor in Chica and Wario Land, the fact Junior was that stupid to climb onto the windmill was pretty ridiculous, even in this situation. Yeah. Yeah. Junior clearly did not know how dangerous that would be in real life. And also, since Junior's, like, large model that I use for close-up shots was previously reused from the evil conductor in Chica and Wario Land, I also asked if anyone else was interested in seeing that clip with the evil conductor in Chica and Wario Land, the scene here. And that was also like the last video that and it was also the last. Yeah, and I was also asking if anyone else was interested in seeing that video clip as well. But I also made it quite clear that I wasn't going to show the whole thing in just that clip. If anyone else was interested in that. Plus the fact that he is Irish and Mr. C is America is pretty inconsistent, even for family. Yeah. Yeah, that does feel very inconsistent. Look, given that you pointed it out, it does feel very inconsistent. And also, is there anyone else in the who's watching the stream or in the live chat that is very interested in seeing that clip of Chica and Wario Land with the evil conductor, aka what I have no idea. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Wait.
Well, hello, Twinkle Toes Jr.
Oh no, my big bag!
You wouldn't be doing any surfing on here, Mr. Kahuna.
Oh yeah? Watch me.
Ain't no time, Moon Doggy.
Yeehaw!
Diesel's hijacked him. We better go after them.
Oh yeah, this scene is also kind of like and this scene is also kind of like that one scene in the Magic Road. Also, kind of like that one scene in the Magic Road parody. Oh yeah, there's the Thomas from Mr. Star's Nightmare again. Little fun fact, Timber Sheds has 10 places for engines to sleep. 10 places for trucks and engines next to the shed. Oh, that's very interesting. Oh yeah, and there's the scrapped Thomas from Mr. Star's Nightmare again. But I have seen randomer in the new Fantastic Four movie. There's a gender blend Silver Surfer, which is actually accurate to the comics. Oh, interesting. Yep. Oh yeah, and there's the second Railbus body shell that was O gauge, but I think it was meant to be since it was narrow gauge design. I actually did for what if it can actually work for ends Hornby 040 wheelbases, the one on the D class and the Horn. Yeah, boo, snubs. Come on, said Duck to. Come on. Ya boo, snobs, he jeered as he roared away. Come on, said Duck to German Henrietta and this coach. Let's see what he's up to. I also had to make that joke, and also this coach is also the only thing from Marklin that I've got as seen here. I don't have anything from the Marklin Thomas range. Just so you know. Oh yeah, there's the Murdoch 10 that I talked about in the Malachi's Trains episode of Murdoch, featuring Murdoch, Annalise, and Smudger. Oh yeah, and the Smelter's Yard scenes were also some of the last shots to be filmed in Lady of the Lost Engine. And Neville DK, I don't know why he's named so Neville's Bridge, but it was turned into Kronk's Crossing because it was next to Kronk Station, so yeah. Oh yeah, and also the Oh yeah, and here's where Merlin comes to fruition. Oh yeah, I was not sure if I was going to include Merlin at first, but given how it was this scene was meant to be Thomas and the Magic Railroad mixed with Journey Beyond Sodor, like what Liz Productions 5784 said while recording her lines for... I can't see. Wait, sorry, given how, oh, now I can see. Oh, okay, given how, Liz Productions also pointed out it was Thomas and the Magic Road mixed with Journey Beyond Sodor in when recording her lines. I can kind of see why. And also, I did have a little headcanon for Merlin, was that he also used to be one of the engines who worked at... He was an engine that Lexi and Theo did used to work at the same steelworks as 16 and Frankie. How did you even get Liz to voice Frankie, or was it before payment? I actually went up to her on Discord and asking if she could do the voices for Lady and Frankie, and I think I also got the idea for that because I was gonna need some guest roles for the... I'm also planning on getting Liz to voice Frankie again in another upcoming episode I have in mind called Frankie's First Day, that takes place after this miniseries. And Theo and... So yeah, Lexi and Theo did used to work at the same steelworks as Frankie and 16, but when they saw Merlin about to be... I want to voice Murdoch if he does exist in your series, but I live in Brazil and I don't have Discord. Oh, Murdoch does exist in my series, but Murdoch is also voiced by the Sadrine Zero in my series, so sorry. So, sorry about that. And given that Murdoch's also voiced by Sadrine Zero in my series, like with Sonny and Terrence and now Donald, Douglas, and Oliver. And also, so yeah, like, Lexi and Fia, like, did used to work, but when they saw Merlin about to be sent for scrap, the two of them decided to smuggle the two of them decided to smuggle Merlin out of the smelter's yard and all the way to Sodor, and which is how Merlin became a part of the Northwestern Railway in my series, and Lexi and Theo also decided to stay, so they now work at the Sodor Logging Company with Gear, Dixon, and Ferdinand. The latter two are just basically Bash and Dash renamed.
Well, the reason is because I have the ability to turn invisible, my friend.
Jimmy, what are we going to do? Think of something!
Oh yeah, and funnily enough, since we're like in the cabin, we're like in the cab interior shots since we've got like the cab interior, both the cab interior shot of James and both the figure that I used for Junior at the time, and the figure that I'm using for Junior at the same time, both of them were also used in projects I've done at Flytree Studio. If you have some engines that I don't know a person to voice him, tell me I don't know and how I am going to voice the engine, but yeah. Oh yeah, and since in that shot, both James and the custom large-scale close-up of James's cabin, the model of Junior, were in the same shot at the same time, both of them were also reused in this. Both of them were also used in some projects I did at Flytree Studio, since... Okay. Since, well, James's body shell was... James's close-up model was repainted purple to look like, it's repainted purple for Rocky Rogers in Old Smoky and the Steam Championships, which was basically an episode of Wacky Races, but with sentient trains. And, Junior's model was reused from, as seen here. Am I the only person here? Yes. Well, at least she's no Trina DeHart. I kinda have a grudge. Oh, okay. So, no, actually, no, Alex Studios, you're not the only person here, because 3 are currently watching right now, and given, like, how I brought up how the model that I used for James's close-ups of James's cab in was also reused for Rocky Rogers in Old Smoky and the Steam Championships, which was kind of like an episode of Wacky Races, but with sentient trains, sentient locomotives. Junior's model was also reused for the evil conductor from Chica in Wario Land, this scene here. And the head was also reused for Peter Travis Barnum, the scene here. I've seen in this clip over here.
Released
the trains.
I'm also gonna show only this bit because I don't want to, because I'm not gonna show the full thing. Oh yeah, and while I'm on the subject of that clip of Wilson like knocking Chica over and running over her, I was sort of like under the influence of TB7 Productions' Chuggington Lost episode video, where in it, the nostalgia critic and Isabel attempt to beat the train, but then Wilson goes darting through the crossing and crashing into them with extreme magnitude. Oh yeah, Dennis also has a laser in this. Kinda like, oh yeah, and Dennis also has a laser in this. Oh yeah, Dennis also has a laser in this, kinda like in... Oh yeah, Dennis can also shoot out lasers in this, kinda like in, kinda like Daisy in WTL Network's Thomas YTPs. I have some engines that don't have a person to voice, then X me if you want to just tell me in you live or something. Well, I'm not going to tell... Well, I live in the UK, but I'm not going to tell you where I live because I'm not going to be doxing myself, since I did make... Because I'm not going to tell you, like, what town do I live in to avoid doxing myself, and... Stream, I mean... Oh, okay, Well, I'm currently at a caravan site right next to the Tallinn Railway right now, so I'm currently in Wales. And also I'm also using those two Brio diesel engines for the two Frankie reskins in Big World Big Adventures for another one of the upcoming episodes of my series called Sean the Cheeky Diesel Engine. Oh yeah, and there's the warehouse building that I used based off of the Diesel Works. Although I didn't paint the Diesel Works logo on there because if I were to include it in my series, I'd probably use it for a different building altogether, since the Diesel Works doesn't exist in my series. And also that scream was taken from... and also that scream at the end of that clip was also taken from Monsters, Inc. I didn't want to go with one that might scare some younger kids. So yeah, with that out of the way, let's continue with the commentary. Oh yeah, I'm also going to have to mute this bit because it also contains music from the Disney movie Robin Hood, and I also didn't want to get another copyright claim on it, so here it is. Oh yeah, and in the shots that also featured my Trackmaster 2 Scared James, he also had the tender from the Trackmaster 2 Metallic James from the 75th anniversary. And now, as shown earlier, I got the new the new push along Thomas and Percy for the motorized range. Oh yeah, and also that custom black tender engine with no face that was made from a Take-Along Henry was also originally a custom Take-Along Barry the Rescue engine that I made back in 2013 before it was revealed that... Way before it was revealed that Barry was an Ivet 2MT like Arthur. And there's the and here's like the chase scene. Oh yeah, and also that repainted, and also that Trackmaster Stanley and also that Trackmaster Stanley is seen earlier, like this one, I actually was also going to use that for my custom model of Stacy, the newest engine on the Skarloey Railway in my series. But I ended up abandoning that. And I also used the cab on that for my custom of Wilbert. And also there's the Hornby Thomas that I took off the wheelbase for when I made that 3D printed body shell of when I made that custom 00 model of Billy, the body shell was 3D printed, and the wheelbase from that Hornby Thomas. Oh yeah, and there's also the body shell for my original Hornby Pannier. And the presence of both Gator and Timothy does clarify that this does take place before Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure. Oh, this is also noticing I was like based on Jenny Beyond Sodor. And there's also and that tanker that I got in the Play Whale Hero and the Aquarium Cars pack, and that I think that truck that came with Play Rail, Ryan, and Skiff was also the one that ones that George used to derail Levi, as seen later on. Wasn't there a Take and Play Thomas in this bit? Oh yeah, that Take and Play Thomas over there. Was a Take and Play Thomas that I was gonna I think it was gonna be like a Take and Play Thomas that the stream I did. Oh, okay. And that Take and Play Thomas over there was also what I was going to use to make a custom of I was going to use that Take and Play Thomas with the Thomas Wynn Railway style magnet for a custom of Clace from 16's Mania, aka Fneevil Join Adventures. And I was also going to paint another Thomas into William, but I only got as far as the painting the running board yellow, and I didn't quite finish that off. And I never finished it. Oh yeah, and that slag wagon that came with Hurricane was also one of the very few pieces of Trackmaster 2 rolling stock that had been used in my new on my tape that I've used on my filming table ever since I made the new sky backdrop. Ever since I made it back in like September. Besides Elsie, the flatbed from the All Engines Go range, Bruno, the express coach that came with the Talking Gordon that I used for the old coaches from season 1, and I think that one Trackmaster 2 van that had a Motor Road and Rail / Classic Trackmaster / Play Rail, or whatever you want to call it, coupling. So yeah, Boko was seen a new friend on the docks. You can look if you want. Ovos amigo nas docas. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, in this scene I had to switch over to Capsule Playrail for the scene where Ben crashes into the trucks, and in my series. Oh, okay. In the scene where Ben crashes into the trucks and they end up crashing into the control tower for the crane arm, into the grabber that from Stepney Gets Lost, which picks him up, was because of how it probably would have resulted in my Trackmaster Bill falling apart since it's not screwed on. This engine's not for scrapping! Shouted Oh wait, wrong episode, never mind. Any type. Help! That's for interfering with my plans. Oh yeah, I'm just like saying some quotes from the original, no. I want to show you some apps, but is your stream not my? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I might give you a series a watch at some point, not to worry, anyhow, my mother got me the 3D printed Soda Rare repair for my birthday, non-motorized. Oh, that's good to hear. Oh, that's good to hear. Like what I said in the previous stream, the only motorized or Trackmaster 3D print that I have is Daisy. You're welcome. Anytime. Bill, no! Oh yeah, and the bit Rue's suggestions was very kind. Rue's restorations was very kind to do the prints. Yep. Oh yeah, I see him. Oh yeah, and the scene where Duck yells, "Bill, no! Bill, no!" was also the first time where someone yelled a big no in my series. Well, no, I'm not sure. Maybe like be the second if you counted like the Christmas Carol adaptation I did with Spencer as the main protagonist, and the episode Duke and the Unexpected Guest will also feature a big no as well. In the scene where Duke has a bad dream about Mr. Rook. Oh yeah, I'm sorry for giving away spoilers of that. Oh yeah, and here's the scene where... Oh, and there's the bit where Junior manages to get in the controls and manage to have Bill be dragged away to prevent Bill from being dropped into the smelting pit. So this scene is also based on the scene where Thomas almost dies in Journey Beyond Sodor, except with Bill in Thomas's place. So this stream is like little fun facts about my episodes. Oh yeah, oh I see, and yeah, so yeah, this scene is just basically the scene where, based on the scene in Journey Beyond Sodor where Thomas almost dies, but with Bill in Thomas's place. Oh, here's the bit where he pushes Frankie off the rails and crashes into derails and crashes into some of the scrap. One of which was also the Agostini Boko, in which I repurposed the face for my custom bear. Oh wait, hold on, I need to charge my phone. Hold on, my phone's on 15%. I'm gonna put that on charge. And also, yes, I do have some. And also, in answer to your question, fun fact: the whole idea of engines with different actions might work if it's into a new special. Oh, okay. And also, in answer to your question, Alex Studios, I have indeed made an episode about Bruno. It's called Percy's New Brake Van. And it's also the episode which introduces Bruno in my series. And also, fun fact, I was going to do an episode involving Fergus and Bruno, but I lost the script for it. And then I was going to do an episode called Oliver and Bruno, but where Bruno works with Oliver while Toad was getting repaired. But in the end, I changed it to Percy's New Brake Van. And I also got the idea for this episode from Waxworld's review on the All Engines Go reboot. For instance, Connor and Caitlin American but have Irish accents, while almost the rest of the cast have US accents in the US dub. Oh yeah, I have also decided to give Connor and Caitlin. I had also considered giving Connor and Caitlin US accents in my series since they're based on American locomotives. So yeah, Waxworld's video on All Engines Go was what that pointed out the pros and cons of All Engines Go, was also what gave me the inspiration to do Percy's New Brake Van. So yeah, that video from All Engines Go on... So yeah, that review on All Engines Go was what inspired me to do the episode Percy's New Brake Van. And it was a lot better, and I did actually enjoy that video. While... And... Yeah, I've seen bits of the one that... I have heard of the one that Dog Eating Dog 6 has made, and holy frigging crap, it's not very good. I don't recommend you watch that video because it doesn't point out any positives about All Engines Go. So just don't watch that bad video entirely. Some engines will have not just British, Irish, Welsh and Scottish accent, but there also will be others that will have US, German and Russian and Southern accents. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, and speaking of the afterlife, I actually did have an idea of what if I were to include a Magic Road in my series, it would probably be like a sort of afterlife for trains, like when I was in like Trains 19, I actually put some of the deceased engines in my series in the Magic Railroad, and I was using it as a sort of like afterlife for the deceased engines in my series. Oh yeah, and given how I retconned Alfred being a part of the Southwest Railway due to the horrible action that Scarlo 123 had done, I'm not sure if I'm going to include him in the afterlife, since frankly I have no plans in using... So one of the Chanticleer twins are dead, right? Well, Bill almost died. Well, Bill almost died in it. Well, Bill almost died in it, but he was fortunately saved thanks to, but he was thankfully saved thanks to Junior. So yeah, Bill didn't actually die. Yeah, and I also don't have any plans to kill off characters like Henry or Thomas or Gordon or anyone else in my series because I haven't got any plans to kill off anyone in my series. So one of the Chanticleer twins is still alive by the end of the miniseries. Peter Travis Barnum also ends up dying at the end in the chase scene. Oh yeah, and the bit where Finn says, "I now know how nasty Diesel 10 is also based on a quote from Rebecca from the 101 Dalmatians the series episode, The Village Elder. As seen in the deleted scenes and outtakes video, there was going to be a scene where Roderick says, "Don't be such a drama queen and follow them." And Frankie says, "I can't, I'm off the rails." And in my ep on Bruno, was he and Toby went into a mine and crashed, and Rosie and Philip went in to help and discover a little thing, I don't know what. Just a little discovery that went to Tidmouth Town. Oh, interesting. Hold on, let me try and find this up. Well, Bill doesn't actually die in this. Well, I already stated that Bill almost died. Well, I already said this, but Bill almost died. That Bill almost died in this. Oh, sorry, I was trying to find your channel. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, and this bit with James going off to tell Henry and Gordon. This bit was also done with like JH55000's models. Well, replicas of JH55000's models, not the real deal. And given how I had to delete most of the 06 and 09 content from, well, it could be worse. At least there's no gore. Yeah. Had there was, then it probably would have been like some sort of crappy lost episode creepypasta. And also, here's the bit with Bill and Ben telling Percy and Toby. And this bit was also... Oh, you are going to see my videos in the live. I do plan on checking them out, don't worry. Stream, I mean. Not sure, I might have to look it up. Let's see. Let me look. Rose. Hold on. Drill. Pause. Is that it? Oh, here we go. Found it. So that's the episode. I haven't actually. I actually decided to look it up while dude stopped being the stubborn sort. Are you talking about Alex? Are you talking about Alex? Oh yeah, and this scene was also the only scene in the miniseries too. Oh yeah, and this bit here was also the only appearance of Henrietta in the entire miniseries. I mean, she probably, well... And also, one thing I forgot to mention earlier, there was also going to be music videos for Night Train and and Little Engines, but the both of them did not make it to the final cut. And plus, I also had a clip of Stepney, Duck, and Oliver that I filmed for the Little Engines music video, but I didn't include it in the outtakes and deleted scenes video that I did. Oh yeah, and this scene is also the only appearance of Murdoch in the miniseries. I just tried to tell some facts and things about me and my series. I did not know that was being stubborn. I think... Oh yeah, and there was also a certain tanker from... There was also a certain tanker from Thomas 1, Edward 2, Henry 3 series that also made a cameo appearance in this. The scene here. Hold on, I'm not sure if it will focus, yeah. Gosh, there you go. Oh yeah, and here's Wretch's cameo in it. Oh yeah, and Wretch from Thomas 1, Edward... I think I can't see, Wretch from Thomas 1, Edward 2, Henry 3 also made a cameo appearance in this scene. I think there was also a fruit and vegetable van as well that was in that scene, which was before I got one in Bachman. Oh, and here's... Some of sheds. Oh yeah, I think there was also going to be some dialogue with Henry and Gordon saying, Henry, do you know where Bear has gone? And Henry is like, asking about... Basically, Henry and Gordon were originally meant to be asking about where Bear has gone, but that scene did not make it into the final cut. Mostly because Gordon's voice actor didn't record that line. Oh yeah, I also reused the same audio clip from the intro of my 100th anniversary of Flying Scotsman special in this bit. Oh yeah, and Ladies Whistling, that clip was also taken from a video of some UK whistles. And that was also one of the very, very few clips that... And also, I also had this idea that if Millie has Lady's whistle, then I should probably give her a different whistle sound this scene in... Oh yeah, and in this scene, Lady... And also, given how this is basic... And also, since Lady was in a coma following her accident, I also decided to write that she was in that coma for a long time, that she couldn't remember anything prior to that accident, so Thomas decides to show her the line in order to... Oh yeah, I think there was also gonna be a scene where... Johnny asks what amnesia is, and Thomas says, well, it's a condition where you can't remember anything, but that didn't make it into the final cut.
Well, I'll give it a go.
My mind is think about who is Neville or something. Are you talking about Neville from the CGI? No, Neville from season 9? Oh yeah, and this clip was also edited to look like sepia tone, since it was like a flashback.
They stayed on the rails. They can't bring them to a stop. Mr. Lodengen, you found her, and she's beautiful. Junior, do you know who this is?
Oh yeah, I also gave the line where Thomas says, "You found her and she's beautiful" in the original movie to Mr. Starr.
So they found the lost engine. Well, looks like I'm going to tell the boss.
Oh yeah, this is also reused clip from the previous part, with like Roderick overhearing them.
No, I found something better. It's the lost engine.
Oh yeah, and also Edwin's line, "I hope James returns with help soon," was also meant to be for this scene, but that didn't make it into the final cut. But that also got... No, it didn't actually get... Actually, no, it didn't make it to the final cut. It got moved to this scene, which was... It was moved to this scene. And also, given how one of the China Clay twins didn't... And also... In regards to, like, Frankfurt's question where he said, like, so one of the China Clay twins is dead, I actually feel... No. I actually feel, had that been the case, then it probably would have been too similar to Sudbury in Conflict by Turtles and Thomas, since Bill also dies in that. Now my mind is singing "We Are Friends" from Big World, Big Adventures. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking that had Bill did die in this, then it probably would have been very... It would have been kind of like Sudbury in Conflict in a way. Although I did, before I got Skylar to do the voice, not to do the voice for Splatter in my series, I actually did for... What if I were to ask Turtles and Thomas to voice... Diesel... No, to voice Diesel 10 in... No, to voice Splatter in this scene, but... Given that he... But given Turtles and Thomas got called out in 2021 for being a toxic person, you can see why that did not happen. I also originally included Toad in this scene in the original script, but he wasn't present in this scene, so he ended up getting dropped.
save our friends.
Oh yeah, I think this was also like... Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and here's the bit where... Oh yeah, and there's the bit with Junior and Mr. Stark getting into Percy's cab, which I think was like the first time I actually used the track for a... No, which is actually the first time I used the first bit to use the, that large-scale track for my Ertl. Did you see the thing about Scarlet 123? Yes, I heard about the horrible action Scarlet 123 had done. Here led to me dropping Alfred from my series and cancelling my episode featuring him, and I'm not going to be adapting any more of his stories after that. Not even Sodor Dark Times.
Ready, Harry, and Bert, while we go save our friends.
Because I will not be adapting Sodor Dark Times anytime soon. Oh, now we go to the chase scene. And also, that great was also from Hornby, was also meant to be used to represent the barbershop that Duck crashed into.
Well, Burnett, we meet again.
Run, lady, quickly, and I'm going to help you.
So we are, lady. I won't let you down again.
Oh yeah, and Johnny climbing into Thomas's cab, that's also another thing from the Adventures of Thomas I kind of took into consideration, because I forgot to mention that Johnny being the one to light Lady's father was also... Lady's firebox was also a reference to Johnny relighting Thomas's fire and bringing him back to life in the cancelled movie The Adventures of Thomas. Oh yeah, and I think the back... Oh yeah, and originally I did write that with most of the engines captured at the smelter's yard. I think about if I will get this app out. Oh, okay, and also, let's go, and also, originally, I did write that, I also did originally write down that, Smoke was going to be the... No, that, I did also originally write down that... And this is also another bit from The Adventures of Thomas that I kind of also took into consideration, like... With most of the engines, like, captured at the smelter's yard, it's up to the engines that were in the original movie, plus Bill, Ben, and Oliver to stop the Diesel's takeover. Because, like I said, I just made an episode on 98462 and 87546. I actually also have considered doing that. And it was also a reused script from my early days of the Sodor Rally miniseries, but I lost the script for that, so I'll have to restart that from scratch.
Look, there's the garden shed on wheels, along with that little green caterpillar.
And all square wheels, galloping sausage, plus Bill and Ben, the flower pot men, and the engine.
Oh yeah, Roderick also made a reference to Bill and Ben, the flower pot men, in this scene.
Escaped us once before, and it's time to scrap him once and for all.
Oh, and here's the bit with, like, the showdown between Oliver and the other diesel engines. What? With all the thing about Scarlet 123, I think maybe I will get this out, but still thinking. Is 98462... Has 98462 got a different name in your series that isn't Alfred? Mostly because in my series, 98462 is called Clyde, and 87546 is called Cedric. I did originally have 87546 called Cecil, like the B12 from Pseudo Dark Times, but kind of like, which is actually meant to be 87546, but I pretty much retconned it. And I'm thinking I'm probably going to do the same thing with Clive and Matthew as well. It's Michael. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, an A7546 is Fred. So he pretty much has the same name as Fred from the Skarloey Railway, in a way. Oh yeah, and also in this shot, I'm also thinking that I probably could have included a little scene where Duck tries to tell George that he was on the wrong side, and George then realizes that about Diesel 10's troop, and then after, like, George took what Duck would have told him into consideration about him joining the wrong side, he decides to betray Diesel 10's gang and, well, aid in the fight with helping take down Ari, Bert, Roderick, and Levi. Oh yeah, and that... Oh yeah, and also in this scene a different truck was used in that. Like in the previous scenes, I used a truck that came with... In the previous scene, I used a truck that came with Play Rail, Ryan, and Skiff, as seen here. But in the shot where George pushes them into Levi, causing him to derail, I used the yellow troublesome truck that came with the Play Rail Thomas and James, Origins Thomas and James from the Adventure Begins pack. I also remember seeing someone at my secondary school with a Play Rail Black James as well, back in 2017 after I got mine for my 14th birthday. And like what I said in, like, as a response to that comment earlier, I feel had Bill ended up dying, it probably would have been way too similar to Sudbury and Conflict, even though Tells and Thomas isn't really a nice person. And it would have probably also contradicted, like, Season 1, given how both Bill and Ben were also in Season 1 and 2. This, like, takes place before Season 1 of my series. Oh, now we get back to the chase. This was also my second go at recreating the chase scene, because the first time I did that was in the, because the first time I did that was back in 2020 in celebration of the movie's 20th anniversary. Oh yeah, and there's Ferdinand in this scene. Oh yeah, and you can also see Ferdinand in this scene, as well as one of the other engines that didn't get captured by Frankie. And also, since the Misty Island Tunnel doesn't exist in my series, like I said before, and that the logging locos worked in America before coming to Sodor, Ferdinand is also owned by the Sodor Logging Company. And plus, said hi. Oh, hello, Juan. To Misty Island, I would, or in the untold story of the red and black engine, like, exit. You mean the Misty Island Tunnel? Are you talking about the Misty Island Tunnel? If so, then probably not, since I've stated that the Misty Island Tunnel does know the island. Oh yeah, Misty Island does exist in my series, but my portrayal of it is a lot different compared to in the Nitrogen era, since, well, Misty Island Rescue is non-canon to my series. And we also saw like a bit of like Misty Island in the untold story of the red and black engine. Oh, and there's Caroline making a small cameo. Oh yeah, and you can also see a figure of the Reverend W. Audrey in this scene. You can also see the Reverend W. Audrey in this scene. Oh yeah, imagine what the Reverend W. Audrey would think if he saw Diesel 10. And he'd probably say something like, "A diesel with a claw? You can't do it!" Mostly given how, yeah, I feel, yeah, I pretty much do feel that Audrey would probably disapprove of Diesel 10's design. But I'm not too sure on what... I'm not too sure as to what Christopher... Oh yeah, and the bit where Rainbow Sun yells, "Watch out for the viaduct, it's very again, he'd file for a lawsuit." Yeah. I can see exactly why. I can see exactly why he would, given how a magic railroad connecting Sodor to Shining Time would definitely not fit in the Railway series. And also, that was also taken from the work print. The "Watch out for the viaduct is very dangerous" bit was also taken from the work print as well. Oh no, Warrior! You're on the wrong side! Oh yeah, so am I! How did I get... Suffering stocks! Look at the size of that! Oh yeah, given how this music used... Given how music from the Tugs episode... Given how the Tugs disaster theme was used in this, I decided to throw a reference to the episode... The episode upriver here. Oh yeah, I think Mike Thomas also struggled trying to get up this bit, so at one point I have to use string to accomplish that. Oh yeah, and since I merged both the Tugs Danger theme and... Oh yeah, and I was also trying to replicate the variation of the disaster theme from the episode Upriver, given how the usage of the dangerous rescue theme. BRB. Okay, what does BRB stand for? Hold on, Oh yeah, and since I was using the Agostini Diesel 10 for shots like that, I also decided to use the Trackmaster 2 Crash and Repair Diesel 10 for stunt doubles like this scene. Okay, I'm back. Alright, oh yeah, and the splashing in my series Misty Island and the engines don't exist, and the Great Race did not happen because all the engines like Vinny and Yong Bao came to help. Vinny went to Blue Mountain Quarry, Yong Bao went to Timoth. Oh, okay. And also... And also the splash sound effect that was heard when Diesel 10 fell off the viaduct was also meant to represent Peter Travis Barnum. Was also meant to indicate the fact that Peter Travis Barnum did indeed die in this. And also, I was going to save the exclamation as to how Peter Travis Barnum... Okay, I don't know what happened. Oh, okay, Oh, sorry, the reason why I was using that splash sound effect was to indicate Peter Travis Barnum, like, falling into the river, which led to him spraying his, like, which led to him breaking, at least on my end. Okay, I was gonna save this for my Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure rewrite with Ryan as the main protagonist, and I also got some ideas for the dialogue from the user Firedust on Discord, namely with Thomas not getting scolded. And I was also like, this mostly in regards to the scene where Peter Travis Barnum, well, given how that splash was also used to show that Peter Travis Barnum lost balance and fell out of Diesel 10's cab and fell into the stream. And he ended up breaking his leg and was unable to swim to the surface, which led to him drowning. It is a bit dark, but... It was a bit dark, but... It was... the way Peter Travis Barnum is a bit dark, but... It is also basically how Peter Travis Barnum died. And also, in this shot, basically what I took was the Agostini Diesel 10 and photoshopped it in Photopea.
Football! Teapot! Turn kettle!
And also, Peter Travis Barnum not being in Diesel 10's cab after he got hold of the after he fell off the bridge does indeed clarify that Peter Travis Barnum did indeed die.
Oh well, nice time for you for the cruise.
First little owl, and now that Diesel. That's the second time you've caught the train, Lord Stinker, I must say. Yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah, and I also made a reference to the Tugs episode High Tide here, since the reason why I was including Zebedee and Lord Stinker was because it was mainly due to the fact that they were the ones that I used in my remake of the chase scene that I did back in 2020. In 2020, in celebration of the 20th anniversary of Thomas and the Magic Railroad. And so I decided to keep it up here again for this bit.
You're welcome.
Sir Top and Hat, why are you back here?
Oh yeah, and here's like...
Just returned from my...
Oh, and here's the bit where Sir Top and Hat
What's
returns.
going on from Oliver? You must be
The what now? Wheelbarrow on wheels and wide rails, the Puffing Billy, best friends of Charles. Okay. Best friends of Charleston and the Stockton and Darlington engines. The Stockton and Darlington Railway did get mentioned in the 80th anniversary of the Railway Series special, where the bit where I acknowledged the 200th anniversary of the Stockton and Darlington Railway.
That was found during my absence. You must have been the engine that worked here before Rainbow Sun arrived.
Oh yeah, and also I was using the Brio. Since I was using the Brio Fat Controller in this shot, I also used that Brio Fat Controller to represent Sir Stephen Top and Hat. And, before I got the Brio Sir Top and Hat Fat Controller, I had previously used the, I posted a new vid now. Oh, cool. I had previously used the, Ertl wind-up Fat Controller that was used in the Sooty show, but due to it being out of scale with, like, Somerset's, I switched over to my battered Thomas Wooden Railway Fat Controller. But for Christmas 2022, I got the Brio Fat Controller, and that is the one I've been using for Stephen Top and Hat ever since, starting with my adaptation of the magazine story, watching Diesel.
Thomas told the Fat Controller all about Diesel 10 and all the trouble he caused.
Oh yeah, this is like the first time where we got to see Joe Ho Ho, I'm your Fat Controller. Oh yeah, I had to read that in my voice for the Fat Controller. I've also done that for the other three. I've also done that for like Charles Hat, Stephen Hat, and Richard Hat. And it was also based on the Fat Controllers one. And I was also, yeah, I've done that with Stephen Hat. Yeah, not only I did that voice for like Sir Richard Top and Hat in my series, I also used that for Sir Stephen Hat and Sir Charles Hat, as seen in this and my... And Don't Tell Donald and Douglas, which, as I said before, is based on Don't Tell Thomas and the annual story, Don Douglas, respectfully. Oh yeah, and here's Wendell, who was made from a Playrail Chuggington Brewster. I also got inspired by a character from partially inspired by a character from Lay Adventures of the Number 16 to make him. And over there's Bloomer. And also, Bloomer was the engine who was... And also, Bloomer was the Fat Controller's private engine while he was on his holiday.
And the other Diesels.
While most people probably went with Edward, while I went with Bloomer, because Edward was at Crovan's Gate, which is why I used Bloomer instead.
What were you playing at? First you damaged timber sheds, and now you tried capturing most of my engines at the smelters. You have caused a lot of trouble.
Oh yeah, I went with you have caused a lot of trouble instead of you have caused confusion and delay because, well, the term confusion and delay had just gotten way too overused in, like, season 8 and beyond, following, like, Hit Entertainment, after Hit Entertainment took full control of the show. So much, in fact, that you can probably make a drinking game out of it. See if you want. Okay.
Sir, No, Diesel 10. I don't want to hear any of your excuses. Once you've been...
Somebody actually had the guts to call pre-edit Sanic a horrible abomination of a creature. Oh, okay.
lifted out of this barge, you will be going back to the...
Oh yeah, and there's also my model of Johnny Cuba over here. And also a little fun fact about that photo of Johnny Cuba that was used in the newspaper of my adaptation of The Late Night Express by Jasper Pye, aka Joey Turner. That was also taken while I was taking photos for this scene in Lady of the Lost Engine. And I have also thought about adapting more of Jasper Pye, aka Joey Turner's comics in the future, given how the free to adapt stories that most of the stories that I adapt are made now that I don't adapt any more stories from Scholarly 123. I am mostly adapting stories from The Buried Truck. Stuart Barkley, since I am planning on doing an adaptation of Smudger the Brave, which is based on Skarloey the Brave, and Gordon's Ghost, which is based on the Theodore Tugboat episode George's Ghost. And also, once I do finish off Vicky, at least, I may refer to Confusion and Delay by this set of dialogue. You're just going to keep saying it until they make a t-shirt, aren't you? Jit already, Jit. Jeering George now. Okay, that is actually pretty funny. But yeah, I didn't want to use Confusion and Delay since that is just one phrase that got used one time too many, starting with Season 8. Starting with Season 8.
The other railway for the time being. I guess we got off scot-free, didn't we? Not so...
Oh yeah, Ari and Bert do also get scolded like in Halloween compared to Stepney Gets Lost and Middle Engine. Although I did do an adaptation of Middle Engine with Splatter and Dodge and Ari and Bert's roles, which actually does work a lot better. And the hilarious part is the t-shirt actually exists. Oh yeah, I've actually got a similar one. I am going to post the episode Problem of Paint if you want to see it, go it. Okay. Oh yeah, this is also another one of the scenes that isn't actually suffered audio delays like with the last two.
As Voco and Bert took Diesel 10 away, the Fat Controller turned his attention to the other.
Oh yeah, and after this, Diesel 10 was later placed onto community service on the mainland. At least until he was later sold to the Sodor Ironworks Company, and the Fat Controller did tell Hurricane to keep a good eye on him and ZB until they learned Diesel 10's side of the story, where Diesel 10 was only... The reason why Diesel 10 wanted to get rid of all the engines on Sodor was because of how he got bullied and harassed by the other steam engines on Sodor for having a claw. So, kinda like in NWR 1991's episode... So, kinda like NWR 1991's episode episode The Ugly Diesel as seen here. So kind of like in NWR. So kind of like in. So it was kind of like in NWR Tales, NWR 1991's episode, The Ugly Diesel. The Ugly Diesel. As seen here. However, since that episode takes place in... since this episode takes place in 1961, as seen here, I have seen David C's director's videos to why NWR Tales has fallen off, and in it, he pointed out the fact that Rebecca was in this episode, despite that she hadn't arrived on Sodor at the time, as seen here.
I'm very happy, thank you. The two engines began talking like old friends.
And there was a similar thing with, where, in the episode Percy and the Express, which is like set during the events of Dowager Hat's busy day, and Salty was seen in that episode, and he didn't arrive until the 70s. And he didn't arrive until the 70s. Oh yeah, and this was also filmed alongside my adaptation of The Late Night Express by Jasper Pye, given how most of the rolling stock in the adaptation that was in that adaptation is present, like Spencer's coaches and the coach that came with the Talking Gourd and the Red Express coaches, and
As punishment, you two will be helping repair Big Chipper. Once she's been repaired, you will be going back to the other railway, and she will not be returning anytime soon.
I'm actually also going to mute this bit, mostly because, well, it contains the only piece of music from Wallace and Gromit, The Curse of the Were-Rabbit, that did not, in which I didn't change the pitch for it to avoid copyright. And basically, this was the bit where Frankie begs the Fat Controller to not send her back to the other railway, and that she would promise to be better. Oh, Daniel Alsop, TNFD... Daniel Alsop just... The Aliens Have Landed Part 2. I'm definitely going to check that out when this live stream is finished. So yeah, this was basically this is basically the scene where Frankie noticed. Hey, I'm sorry to play this clip again, but oh yeah, and you can also tell that Toby is like, man, do I hate it when Toby is like, oh yeah, and given the expression, the cross expression Toby has towards when Frankie is begging the Fat Controller to not send her back to the other railway and that she promises to be better, is like, don't you just hate it when the antagonist gives you some sort of... No, don't you just hate it when when the antagonist gives us a sub-story in order to make us feel sympathetic to the character? It was like that in the Teacher's Pet episode, Attack of the 50-foot girl, like... Yeah, and that's basically what Toby is thinking, even though this takes place in 1992 and Teacher's Pet came out in 2000, the year Thomas and the Magic Crowhead was released. I actually also was going to use this shot of Hurricane and ZB for the outro before I changed my mind and used Hurricane to Nameboard from Season 3 and the television series edit of ZB that my friend Tom made. I'm also surprised I didn't include Jenny Packard in this scene, since George is owned by the Sodor Construction Company in my series, along with Thumper. And you can also probably tell that he was in George is a member of the Pack in my series, because you saw him in my adaptation of Pack Member 13 by Kiefer Adams. Which is also the only story I've done from Keith Adams I've done an adaptation of. Oh yeah, and also given how Finn asks George if he can have his own roller rink, I actually was going to have a scene where Jack shows George the roller rink and George is beyond excited and tests it out as Wreck-It Ralph in a nutshell. Oh, okay, and George decides to test it out and plays about on it like a crazy person, which was inspired by a rewrite of Thomas and the Magic Road I was going to be a part of, but I decided to take that out to avoid getting into trouble with the person who made it. So yeah, kind of like that one video that I had to remove. When did video games become so violent and scary? Sonic.exe, anyone? Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Sonic.exe, because it's pretty much your average... Well, most because I just don't find the black eyes with red pupils that scary. Oh yeah, and since I didn't have my new model of Vickerstown Station at the time, I decided to decided to reuse Knapford Station for it, which was also what I did in my The Late Night Express adaptation. More like just about any other game from the 80s to the early 90s. Oh, okay.
Thomas? I remember him.
Oh, yeah, another thing from the Adventures of Thomas I also took into consideration, like Johnny's father forgetting about when he was evacuated to Sodor during the Second World War.
I forgot all about when I was evacuated here during the Second World War, and when the Finn Clergyman's books and the television show came along, I thought it was all make-believe, but now I know my childhood memories are real.
You'd be a member of the Northwestern Railway.
Oh yeah, and the bit with Burnett and Lady staying on Sodor to help with the other engines, that was also in order to line up with Lady becoming a part of the Ulstead Castle. Being a part of... that was also done to line up with Lady becoming a member of the... Lady becoming a member of the... Estate Railway after Sir Robert Norham. After that was also done in order to line up with Lady becoming a part of the Estate Railway and working with Stephen, Millie, Glyn, Neil, and technically 87546, aka Cedric. Well, at least it's no horror film mixed with World War II. Yeah. The Adventures of Thomas is just basically Thomas and the Magic Railroad on steroids. Like what I said, to need to make some eps. Bye-bye. Alright, see you later, Alex Studio. And yeah, oh yeah, and here's like Edward's appearance at the end. And here's also Edward's appearance at the end. I actually was this close to going through an entire I swear whoever thought of that concept must have been smoking in an entire brick house. Yeah, 10 out of 10. Yeah. The same probably could have been said with the Winnie the Pooh horror movie, since I felt that movie should have been cancelled during production. Oh yeah, I also nearly went for an entire... Oh yeah, and I also decided to include Edward at the last minute in the last part, since... Oh yeah, and this bit was also some B-roll that I took for a upcoming episode involving Shaun the Cheeky Diesel Engine, but I had to crop it since... Carly was present, and I didn't really want it to be like NWR Tales, where NWR 1991 series, where, like what David C. Director stated in his video as to why NWR Tales has fallen off, and like what I said earlier, Salty appearing in an episode before he arrived, and Rebecca also appearing in an episode before he arrived, as seen here. Oh yeah, and we're almost at the end of the movie, well, miniseries, but... Yeah, I also actually had the idea of Finn working at the cement works. From when I did the map video, I decided after Fergus was bought by the Clay Pits, Finn was later sold to... was later bought by the Clay Pits after... due to Fergus now working at the Clay Pits with Bill, Ben, Marilyn, Timothy. Oh yeah, now we've... And now we have the end credits, which... I don't think I have that much to say about it, but... It was also the second time where I got to use some of the edits that my friend Tom Lowe has made, because the first time was in my Thomas and the Magic Railroad No, the first time I did that was in my Flying Scotsman Centenary 100th Anniversary of Flying Scotsman special. Oh yeah, and some of the photos of characters like Harold and Edwin were also reused from some of the previous episodes. My adaptation of, like, Thomas as a Secret, the Season 3 episode Hughes and Old Slow Coach, and Connor and Wickham, respectively. Percy's new brake van. Oh yeah, and this photo of Liz, of my custom of Liz's OC, along with the characters she voiced in it, was also taken especially for this. And this was also... And they were also seen in the Malachi's Trains episode I did of, like, Derek 2.0, Diesel 10, and Smoke, for those of you who haven't seen it, because they were seen in the background of me working on my new custom of Derek. Oh Oh yeah, and that photo of Ariam... I think both photos for Ariam Burt were reused from my adaptation of A Dark Night for Burt by The Berry Truck. I have considered doing an adaptation of another one of the Berry Truck stories for Halloween. And I did also consider adapting the Dudley the Vagrant Engine stories when I was planning on making a custom of Dudley. Oh yeah, and this was like... Oh yeah, and this is also taken from A Dark Night for Burt, because this is like the scene with... I think Burt making fun of... No, with the scene with like... Burt taunting Rainbow Sun with like threats of scrap. And also that knockoff Thomas Wooden Railway over Molly over there was also reused in a Ghost Train project that I did at Fly Cheese Studio. See if I can find it. Some other stuff that I work on that's featured. Oh, Jovial John is the guy who voiced Burt in the special. And he's also a good friend of mine. And he also does the voice for Derek in my series as well. As well as Porter as well, as seen in Nia's Christmas Surprise. And he's also done some... And that knockoff Thomas Wooden Railway Molly was also reused for a Ghost engine in this project that I did at Fly Cheese Studio. And this is what it looked like. And since the engine has a skull for its face, I also got inspired by an American train that was done up as a Ghost engine. And I guess also some Brio Ghost engine as well. Oh yeah, and given how this photo is also reused from Connor and Wickham, there are also some other... I think I've already listed out most of the scenes that were reused from some of my previous episodes here. Those being stuff like... Stuff like Hugh's an old slow coach, like, that's where I got that shot of Harold from. Yeah, that photo of Bertie was... Oh, Tom Wilkins. Tom Wilkins was the guy who voiced, Tom Wilkins was the guy who voiced Bill and Ben and Gordon in my special. And... This is Tom Wilkins. Here's his channel. Yes, I am pleasant. Oh yeah, just like that one quote from... Oh yeah, just like that one quote from Thomas Percy and the Squeak. Yeah, and Tom Wilkins was the person who voiced Gordon and Bill and Ben in this, as well as Flying Scotsman in my 8th Anniversary Flying Scotsman special. Yeah, this photo is also reused from like the Tugs episode High Tide. This photo is also reused from my adaptation of Thomas as a Secret. Hurricane's photo was reused from the Season 4 name boards. Well, Season 3 name boards, not Season 4. Toads was reused from Percy's new brake van. I've probably mentioned that before. Both Harry and Bert's were reused from like A Dark Night for Bert by the Berry Truck. I also didn't do any adaptations of one of the Berry Truck stories last Halloween, but I am gonna do another one next. I'm gonna do one for this Halloween, but especially given how I'm not gonna be adapting any more of Scarlet 123's. And I'm also gonna be adapting another one of like Joey Turner / Jasper Pye's comics that he has done on DeviantArt, since I will not be adapting any more of Scarlet 123's stories anytime soon, given the horrible action he had done. I also wrote down And Journey Beyond Sodor twice here. I also wrote down And Journey Beyond Sodor by Andrew Brenner twice, as seen here. And also, Tom Wilkins is the... I already showed him his channel, but he also does the voice for... Also the guy who voices Gordon, Bill, and Ben in my series. And he also does the voice for Flying Scotsman, or my 100th anniversary of Flying Scotsman special. Yeah, this charger is pretty slow. Oh yeah, and also the end picture was also made by my friend Tom as well. And Thomas... I don't think I mentioned Sauron 3D in the credits of this. And also, not sure if I'm going to be using any more Soda Art 3D assets after what happened with Scarlet 123, like, and the horrible action you've done. I'm also going to mute the Island song, because I also saw that the original upload also got copyrighted for using the Island song. Although, I also used the cover that Headmaster Hastings used. And so, yeah, kind of like in the original film, I also included the Island song in the end credits, compared to the original movie where it was cut out. Hi, I'm back. Oh yeah, just in time, because we're at the end credits. No, sorry, not just yet. And there's Tom's name in the credits. And there's the thank you to the guests, plus... What do you think of this track, Gustav Holst Jupiter? I don't think I've actually seen that. Heard it from an episode of Bluey. Oh, I actually haven't really watched every episode of Bluey. Although I do know that my niece has watched Ellie, has watched Bluey. I do know that my niece has watched Bluey. There's also, yep. Oh wait, I also put down special thanks to the guests twice. Oh yeah, and here's the... Oh yeah, and I also decided to put down a huge thank you towards most of the people who worked on Thomas, since I also included a thank you to all the people who helped bring us Thomas back together. Word has it that a couple had it play in their wedding, and that episode made their hearts melt in joy. Well, that's what I heard. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, and this was also released after Britt Allcroft passed away, so I put that down in dedication of her. Like what I did in Duke's wedding special and having the Rel tour in Road to Rel Museum be dedicated to Britt Allcroft. Yes, this is the end of the stream since we're at the end credits. So yeah, and I hope you've all enjoyed this commentary on Lady the Lost Engine. I thank you all for watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon or evening. And this is your friend Maliki, signing off. Peace out and goodbye. See ya.